$900,000. Now, can you imagine that? That a fire truck, is that really what they call it?
Yeah.
$900,000. The last one, I think, has that one came in yet? The last
End
one?
of this year.
2 years wait now. And that was how much?
750.
750, and we got what, 650 of it for you, something like that. So they've gone up that much. Another thing was after the grand opening of the Council on Aging, I was looking at what the needs were there, so we got another $500,000 for that project. So I think that puts us about $2 million out there altogether, counting with your contribution and the city's contribution. So it truly has been really a joint public, more public, but a joint public-private enterprise. But anyway, going back and looking just where we've been, of course, you got to realize I've represented 7 counties total, because in the redistricting I lost Swanee and Hamilton, and I picked up Bradford and Union. So altogether, I've had 7 different counties. Going into this year, we had member projects and road projects and everything had come back home with about $400 million. So I said, well, we're going to get to $500 million. You know, we're going to get close to where we need to be. So this year, I'm pleased to say we shocked ourselves, and our total projects, and we had a couple of really big ones, and they weren't in Baker County, but we came on with $223,472,580. Now, the lion's share of that goes to the first chunk goes to Union County, who's getting their first phase of a new elementary school down there to the tune of $29 million. Now, the key word there was first phase. That's a 3-phase project that will end up being close to $90 million, if you can believe that. The middle school project here in Baker County is $105 million. There were only 2 school projects funded in the whole state of Florida this year, and that was Union. So we're proud that our district got one. The other one was down in DeSoto County. So only 67 counties, only 2 school projects funded. So the other big project we had was a $47 million, because of my close association over the years with the University of Florida and being a graduate there, we had put in a $47 million new dental building for them that we got. So you take those 2 projects, that's almost $50 million, and then the $29 million for Union County. You can see why our numbers are so high. But on top of this, whatever it was, $1.4 million for you, we also have in Baker County, we'll get there part of this, the property appraiser came to us, and they have to do aerial photography and mapping, and they have an ask every year for fiscally constrained counties. So this year we took that on and did it for several counties. So that totaled up $331,000 that'll be split among several counties. Of course, the fire truck's $900,000, the Council on Aging $500,000 toward parking lot and lighting, whatever y'all see fit and they see fit to do out there. McClenny's going to get, and that's not including this either, $1.5 million for their wastewater treatment facility improvement. So that affects all of us too. We got another $400,000 for the battlefield up there. I think we're at about $2 million on that project. That has never started yet. I talked to the Park Service director last week. He assured me that we're this close to starting. And then the other big one that we fight for, and it's not a member project per se, but it affects you tremendously, is we have to fight for this SCOP and scrap money every year. So the higher we can get the overall scrap budget, the better your portion is going to be. So I'm pleased to announce that Baker County's portion this year for the small county resurface assistant program is going to be $5 million. So that's money that I know y'all can use in a lot of places, although it's sort of like plugging holes. So with that, I'll be quiet. So we're at all total, since we've been in office for 7 years, at $623 million in projects brought home to District 10. So that's a lot of money. And then the Baker County number, I asked for that, and my aide Jason just got this for me. The Baker County number, if you count the road projects and everything, has been over $132 million in 7 years. So we're pretty proud of that. We're proud of the policy we work on, but especially in the rural and what we call the fiscally constrained counties, it's all, to me, about bringing dollars home. Some of those legislators don't even put a project in. Some are happy to get $6 million, but we're certainly happy over that period of time to get over $132 million just for Baker County. So I'll take any questions lots on the horizon, a lot that's probably going to affect all of us. So if anybody has a question, throw them at me, and I'll tell you. I've had a front row seat to a lot of interesting things in the last 6 months, and I'll tell you what I think about it and what I'm not a what do you call it? That looks into the future. What do you call that lady that looks at the crystal ball? I'm not one of those, but I can kind of tell you the direction I think we're going.
Any questions or comments, Mr. Brandon?
132 million. I mean, we appreciate it for sure.
I agree. I think that you've done a great work not only for Baker County but for your district, and it doesn't go unnoticed. For people who hasn't seen you, which I've watched you in what you do, I mean, it's amazing what you can do in Tallahassee, and the friends and the relationships that you've built in Tallahassee has really helped Baker County. Because without that, and you reaching out and doing what you do, you have a special way of doing what you do. Because I watch some of the people in Tallahassee, and they don't have what you have with dealing with people, and that's a gift. And God has granted you a great gift of gab and of dealing with people, and we, as a commission and as a community, have benefited greatly from the gift that God has given you. And you have never forgot Baker County, and we will never forget you.
I appreciate that. I saw somebody had a little video on Facebook the other day, and I saw Judge John J. Cruz talking back in 1987. Of course, he represented us from 52 to 66, so he had a lot of time or with term limits, we can't do that these days. But he was talking about how some of the roads and streets got paved around here, and it was because the legislature back then came in and did those things, and they don't exactly do it the same way now. So as I always said, a blind hog finds an acorn every once in a while. So believe me, we root around as hard as anybody. It was really tough this year because when we're cutting $3 billion or so, it's coming from somewhere. And I was just trying to preserve my little section, make sure it didn't come too much for me. I'm going to help y'all here now a little bit. I haven't gotten this question from y'all, but I hadn't been anywhere this year, and I don't know the answer to it, but I'll take my shot at it. But the big question I get is property taxes. And what I can tell you is that there's something going to be on the ballot in 2026. Now, what we've got to try to do and fight for and look out for is make sure it doesn't affect us adversely, because we know that these counties in this part of the state are funded really. It's different for us. Now, I've heard the governor a couple of times say that, I think the word he used was dust. He said, well, we can just make that money up to the fiscally constrained counties. That's dust. And of course, when you're talking millions of dollars on a billions of dollar budget, I guess dust is a word you might could use. I don't know. But there are many proposals out there floating around. Later this month, no, this is August, next month, the House Property Tax Committee will meet again. And we're going to start looking at some of these proposals. But I mean, I don't see where we're not going to have some type of proposal come out this thing that's going to be on. Of course, by Constitution, legislature can't do it, it has to go on the ballot. And of course, we all know what that means for us is that who's going to vote against a tax cut? Nobody. So we have got to try to protect ourselves and craft that in such a way. And it's like dominoes. Everything affects everything. I don't know if y'all know this. The Highway Patrol got a huge raise this year. If you're over 5 years of service, I think they got 15%. If you're under that, they got 10%. That affects what happens here, because in a lot of counties already, people will say, well, I'm going to lose my deputies to the Highway Patrol. And of course, for years, the Highway Patrol got behind, and people say, well, I'm losing, Highway Patrol's losing police to the counties. So everything we do has ramifications, and we have to look at that. And you know, lots of things are good as far as the sound bite goes. Sounds good when I say it on TV, but what does it affect, and what are the ramifications of that? So that's what we've got to watch out for. So,
yeah, that was going to be my question: is how is that going to be subsidized if they decide to take property taxes from small restrained counties, which is most of our, not most, but it's some of our income, to provide for our citizens, who's going to subsidize that?
That's dust. So what
Not
the
to me, it
word-
ain't dust.
Yeah, well, what I'm
These-
saying is
these
that
people
that's what I'm
sitting out
saying.
here, it ain't
They
dust.
were saying in that speech that they were going to make it up to you.
How?
Well, that's the big question. I haven't seen the answer to that, so that's what I'm saying. Well, that's what we've got to guard against and watch out for.
Yeah.
Is how, because it's going to come. Of course, the state has record reserves. We have maxed out on our budget stabilization fund. We can't put any more money by law. We can't put any more money in that thing. So, but that's when times are good. What happens when times are bad? We're in a fortunate position that we are maxed out on all our reserves, and that guards against bad things that happen to Florida, like hurricanes and those things. But if that's what ends up becoming of all this down the road, and they just make it up for you, well, heck, it'd be a good place to live in Baker County if I didn't have to pay property tax and somebody else paid it. But then, I think about, if I live in Orlando or Tampa, what am I thinking? All that's money, and where's it going to? Well, it's going to these 31 fiscally constrained counties. What is it, Darryl? How many fiscally constrained counties? 29 to 30, yeah. So one of the proposals I've seen that the committee's already taken up is raising the homestead exemption to $500,000. Can you imagine how many people in Baker County would be paying taxes if the homestead exemption was $500,000? Not very many, would it? So that's the question, where does that money come from and how is it made up? So that's what's got to be figured out. But I can tell you that the train has left the station and it's rolling down the line, and where it winds up, what winds up on that ballot will be very interesting. So this will be my last session, but it's going to be a humdinger, I can tell you.
Well, what concerns me is when you state starts delegating how much money that each county and the state is going to be making, you're starting to lose some of your home rule and decisions that this board can make for their citizens, because the state, if you don't do this, we're not going to send you your money, and we've been told that before. So it starts getting to a point where the state government, and I'm not saying this is the plan of our governor, but to me, it's personally frustrating to me when we work as hard as we work to get what we got. And I came on this board when we didn't have anything. And yes, we're building our reserves and trying to do the best we can. And then you got one governor that comes in and says, okay, we're going to change the way y'all do business. This is the way we're going to do business. I have a problem with that. Don't sit very well with me. And I wouldn't mind telling that if he was standing there in front of me.
And every entity is different. We're lucky at the state level that we've not raised taxes since I've been there. We've cut taxes. We cut taxes again this year. There was lots of tax. There was a sales tax cut proposal this year. We cut the business rent tax, which doesn't affect a lot of people, but everything trickles down. And of course, preemption is a big thing at times. And of course, 67 counties in Florida. It's a big state. Every county is different. Believe me, what they do in Dade County, Miami-Dade, is nothing like what we do in Baker County. So sometimes we have knee-jerk reactions. The condo thing is probably a good example. When that condo collapsed down the state, we came out with a bill that probably has, not in our part of the state so much, but in South Florida, starting to put people out of their homes, and we had to come back and tweak that. And in my opinion, we probably haven't gone far enough there. So I'll tell you a new one I heard today, these school cameras. There's a move in the legislature to preempt these school zone cameras. I saw a proposal somebody had this morning that said that, how they record while they're flashing, but then they run all day during the school day. And there was a sheriff, and I won't mention his name down the state, but he's on TV a lot. You can about figure out who I'm talking about. And he said that he didn't like the idea that they ran, if they come on at whatever time they come on, 7:30, 9:30, then they record the regular speed limit, and you get the ticket if the speed limit's 30 or whatever. He didn't like that idea, and he was going to his legislators about that. So there are always these preemption proposals floating around that affect everyone. Everybody's got a different opinion about that kind of stuff. So that's just the way it is. And of course, what the overall estate would say, and we know that doesn't really apply to us, but it does to a lot of the big cities, is that, hey, the state created every county in Florida, and the state created every city in Florida. So the state is the ultimate arbitrator and authority in the end, and that's what's so dangerous with the state of Florida.
I know.
And I'm only one of 120 House members, and there's 40 senators out there, and that's just one of 3 branches of government, not counting the Supreme Court and the executive branch. So lots of different folks, big state, lots of different ideas.
We appreciate it. Appreciate everything you do, and we're glad we got you in our corner.
You want to take a picture with this check?
Sure. Can I take
Thanks for looking out for TDC money also.
Yeah, and I'll tell y'all on that, a lot of people got riled up about that. A lot of things at the beginning of session are bargaining chips. They're thrown out there to use later, and that's just the nature of the beast up there. So I tell people all the time at the beginning of the session, all right, we see that. All right, this body over here is doing this, and this body over here is doing that. Watch it, and sometimes just let it ride for a little while. It's going to work itself out, and all that kind of stuff does work. But all counties are different. Y'all don't have what do y'all have in your TD budget? A couple million, maybe? I don't know. I'm guessing.
No, about $1 million.
About
$1
Million. So other counties have lots, and they spend it. Now here sometimes you can't. You kind of peculiar, picky about, as you should be, about what you want to spend it on. But a lot of counties depend on that. Of course, when somebody came along and what the crazy proposal was, and it really wasn't crazy, I guess, but what the proposal was, hey, these counties got all this money built up. Tourists are paying it. Let's use that to pay property taxes with. So there that goes. Well, that's good for the property owner, but when it comes to the kind of activities that y'all probably generally fund, that'll dry that fund up. So lots of ideas, but lots of jockeying too out there. Is this going to be in the way? We need to be in front of it. Sarah?
No, you go ahead. I'll be on mute.
It's behind the board. Is that behind the board?
Let's do this. 1, 2, 3.
The only other thing I'll say is that I did talk to Senator Bradley. She is out of state. And of course, I always remind you that we can't do anything in the House without the Senate. And what a wonderful partner I've been fortunate to have in Senator Jennifer Bradley. But we have to fund it on both sides of the chamber, or it doesn't happen. So she sends her regrets that she couldn't be here, but she's out of state. She had a daughter that took the bar exam last week, and I think she was helping her study for that all week last week. And this week she's out of state, so she is a big part of this too. And I'll just leave this cleaning up right here. It can go, whatever you do with them, Sarah, it can go with all the rest of them. And hopefully we'll have one more big one for you next year too. Thank y'all for what you do. I appreciate
you,
y'all.
man.
It's a hard time of year for y'all, so it's good that we bring. Because I know when we can buy a fire truck, you don't have to pay for it.
That's exactly right.
We've done a lot as far as fire. What do we build? 2 fire stations, and then a second floor on the Glen Station, and now the second. This is our
2
second
fire
truck.
trucks.
And the city's got one too.
Yeah.
So
Appreciate it.
y'all.
Thank
Thanks,
you.
Chuck.
Okay. We're moving to our next item, which is Miss Amy Duggar, tax collector. I don't think she could make it, so.
No, sir. From our budget workshop, she said she was unsure if she would make it back, but I don't mind covering that for her, if that's okay with you, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, go ahead.
Right, so over the last couple of years, there's been some changes at the state level, talking about changes to the value adjustment board process. And those changes kind of slow down how our tax roll gets certified every year. So what this letter from Ms. Duggar asked and what the supporting resolution does is allows us to be compliant with what the state requires for VAB, but still certify our tax roll. So what it allows for is a dual certification. So they will certify our tax roll like we're supposed to and meet that guideline. Should there be any changes through the VAB process, they'll have to come back and do an amendment. But this allows them to continue doing what they're doing simultaneously with the VAB. Again, this is about the 3rd year or so that we've had to do this because of those statutory changes at the state level. Again, it just allows us to be in compliance and continue with our tax roll purposes for the fiscal year 2025 tax roll.
Okay.
And with that, we would need approval of resolution 2025-09.
Move to approve Resolution 2025-09, read by title. And Rich is not here?
Have a
Yes,
motion?
he walked away, but I can read it.
Okay.
Have a motion and a second, Ms. Sarah.
Yes, sir. Resolution 2025-09, a resolution of the Baker County Board of County Commissioners of Baker County, Florida, providing for the extension of the 2025, I'm sorry, that's an error, we'll correct that, assessment rolls pursuant to sections 197-323 and 193-122 Florida statutes and providing for an effective date.
Okay, have a motion. I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Moving to our next item on the agenda, which is a public comment section, and I didn't say this at the beginning, so I'll say it now. We always encourage public comment. If you want to speak to the board and a public comment, just fill out a speaker card on the table, and if you'll get that to Miss Sarah or Miss Kayla, they'll get it to me, and I'll let you speak at the appropriate time. But I do have one speaker card, and it's Mr. Doug Moore.
Doug Moore, 13538 Brent's Way, Glen St. Mary. Even though out on
Thank you.
south of the interstate, we all call ourselves South Sanderson.
Thank you, man.
It's been 8-10 months ago, I guess, that I came before y'all asking y'all's permission to research a little bit and to try to find a commercial architect and see just what it would take to get the Sanderson Community Center up and running again. You know, good structurally sound building. It needed a little bit of attention, hadn't had any use in a long time. And I believe it'd be fantastic for the neighborhood out there. It could be used by Olustee, Taylor, the North County, South County. There's just, as y'all know, there's very limited places that people can have a meeting. And I had been confronted about even like a new Wild Turkey Federation chapter, places, different nonprofits, or even somewhere for somebody to have a family reunion or something. So it's a very underutilized building. I guess unexpectedly, the first thing had to be done, had to invest in a new well. But so as we looked at this, the hardest thing was to find a commercial architect that would look at a project so small. I spent 4 months trying to get somebody to look at it, and I added my store that I'm trying to double the size of the Jones Rotary. Maybe offer both of these together, and finally found an old gentleman older than me that would look at it. This did work for the county before, and he took on the project, and halfway through the project he had emergency surgery and spent some time in Brooks Rehab, so it stalled again for a little while. But finally we've got through all that. I've met with Commissioner Mann and Sarah, and talked to Latanya quite a bit, our building inspector, and so I've got all the plans ready, and the building inspectors looked at them and approved them. The problem was with the project, as you'll see there, the bathrooms that were built a long time ago, they just built them up a foot high, and all the plumbing and all is in a foot of concrete. So the biggest item on there is a little lift station that has to be in it. It seemed the best option is just to add on the building, but fortunately there's two exits in the back of that building. So we could turn around and use one of those exits, make it a handicap bathroom, so we'll have, if this project goes forward, we'll have 3 bathrooms there. The windows, the proposal I got there is for a gentleman that does a lot of work, been working with me for 50 years, a contractor that's did work for the county before, and to give us kind of an idea of what to expect, and that's what he said he could do the job for. But he said any savings that I can take off of that there, then we'll take off of it. And I've already, I think, had the tile donated. And I talked to Alex at PNR, and he says, I'll take care of the electrical. So I think the community here come together, but what I'm asking, if we had $50,000, I believe we could do everything there. We could fix the windows and we can fix the doors. But one thing is, it is my voting precinct. And right now, the state wouldn't like it very well because it's not secure there at all, and it does not have a handicap bathroom. So I don't know how that works with supervisor elections budget, but I know they could kick in, and the health department also uses it, and they could kick in. I've already paid.
Which are all funded by the county, so
Yeah.
it still comes
Right.
to us.
All the same pot of money. Yeah. But anyway, I went ahead and paid for the architectural work, and I don't mind putting a little more in there if that's what it takes to make it happen. And there's a lot of the business community out there that are willing to chip in too. And you know, hopefully we wouldn't need that more, but that way we could see this thing from start to finish and turn that thing, instead of a liability, into an asset. And we could rent it. I mean, there's a lot of people willing to pay to use it. So that's where I'm at on it. Appreciate it.
Mr. Chairman, if I could
Yes.
add to that. So when Mr. Moore and I talked about this, one of the issues that he and I shared is that if we were to do this now, we don't have $50,000 budget. The money that we did have for Sanderson Community Center this year was used when the well went out. We had talked about replacing the windows and doors. Unfortunately, that well had to be done unexpectedly. So if we were to do this in current budget year, it would require a budget amendment. I talked to Mr. Moore about having this as part of the budget process, and that we could talk about it through our budget workshops, and the funds will be available after October 1. He was hoping to have something done before then, so I told him that we would just have to see what the board's direction was, if it's something that you all would like to try to move forward with now, or if we just want to have this budgeted as part of our review. Actually, the community center is one that we still have to finish tonight. So, like I said, we wouldn't have it currently in any budget. I wouldn't be able to pull that. It would require it coming from reserves to be able to do it now.
I had kind of hoped to coordinate it with the store, because the same gentleman, because like, you know, there's going to be a concrete pour there for the footer and the floor on that thing less than 2 yards, and there would be a savings in coordinating
Right.
both the projects and the block work and all together. But you know, I'll squeeze the contractor and make him stick to it anyway. But that was assuming that, and we know some utility people that might help out on a little. My son's got a utility company in Jacksonville, and one of his employees, I furnish him a place to live. So I think we could cut some money off of that too. So there's some, but kind of that worst case scenario.
Yeah.
And whatever, if we got something left there we can save, then we can dress it up and paint and do some painting and some other things. But that would put it to being able to be used.
Any questions or comments?
My thought is, I'd like to move forward as quickly as possible. Don't wait until the next budget. We've been talking about this for a long time, and it does need some help. So,
And it's the only community facility available to the people of that part of the
Right.
county.
Yep.
Small church groups, wedding showers, they've had all kind of things there, even in the condition it's in. So if we can improve it, I'm confident that it'll be used and the community needs it. So I agree, I'd like to see it move forward sooner rather than later.
Anyone else? If not, the chair would agree.
Oh, no.
We've talked about this a long time. I've put the windows in myself. The panes just fell out several times just by trying to glue them back in, and they fall back out.
Yeah,
There's the doors are letting bugs, insects in. It's a very unsecure, unsafe.
Right.
It's kind of.
And my key that Sarah gave me, it doesn't work, but my pocket knife does.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I went up there one time and I said, I need to get in here, and I looked down and I said, well, I don't have to call anybody with a key, so. But anyway,
But really, that building is structurally sound.
Great
I mean,
building,
it's
great
got the-
roof.
It's got the handicap parking, it's got good shaded, plenty of parking and all there, so, you know, we're almost there.
as far as the voting precinct, it's plumb embarrassing to have that as a voting precinct in the condition that the building is in. It needs, the windows, I don't know if y'all been there, I've been, are second, I mean, they're just,
Yeah,
they
right.
could be just knocked out. The doors, terrible. The bathrooms that you have now are, I know we're gonna leave them, but I hope they get some type of paint or.
Well, we need to do some kind of step up,
Some-
because there's a
something-
foot step up on
It's,
there.
it's
which-
dangerous, the way it
well,
is now.
It's dangerous, so that's the reason the handicap, trying to,
I'm gonna recommend myself is going ahead and moving forward with the project, because the problem is you've got people that's willing to, and ready to do it. 3 months from now, at the first of the year, when things pick back up and the construction industry gets busy again, then people ain't gonna be available anymore. So you've already got the buy-in.
he's there out there doing projects for me now.
You have the energy, people are into the energy of helping right now, and 3 or 4 months from now, you're gonna lose that energy too. So I'm gonna be inclined to say that we go ahead and move forward with the project, because the project needs to be done.
I'm going to agree that it needs to be done. Absolutely agree. We talked about this, either we need to do one of two things. Either fix the building, get it up to speed, or abandon it.
Right.
One or the other. We drag around, we take forever to make a decision, and finally, let's move on. The only challenge I have for tonight is this item's not on the agenda for any type of discussion, anything whatsoever, for us to be able to authorize and approve any kind of funding for taking motion. We can give some direction, but my direction would be is for Sarah, you'll come back with us with a proposal of what needs to be done with some real numbers, because this is one page, this number here, I see here, 33,600 is for nothing but the bathroom. That doesn't include anything else. Come back to something with us at the next meeting, and let's get something moving forward. You can continue to get everything together, knowing where we're going with it, but that's my suggestion, because we didn't have anything on the agenda at all tonight to be able to take a motion, make a vote, and we're gonna get out of whack if we don't do things the right way. So that's gonna be my suggestion.
The request is really is if you all were in support, that we could bring
I-
a budget amendment at the next.
Bring a budget
meeting.
amendment back, bring something back, let's get some real numbers of what the true number is, so that we do it one time and we don't keep come back and forth. And let's get the thing done.
Sarah,
not
you can have
gonna-
it done by the next meeting, I hope.
Oh,
Yes,
yeah.
sir. Oh, yes, sir, because these are pretty firm numbers, and we've got numbers on the windows and doors.
I would
And
like
so,
to
but we would have to do a budget amendment before we could start.
And
the
we
process.
could coordinate with Mr. Moore and get those numbers squared up.
Well,
And
that's one
I
of the
agree.
things that I've had a lot of people in the community talking to me, let's go to
Now,
the commission. I said, no, let me take care of it, and then we present it, rather that could have clouded
Right.
things.
Let's
So
take advantage
you all
of this
know
time.
what you're getting into, we all know what to expect, then we involve everybody in it.
We appreciate
Mhm.
the time and energy that you've put into getting this to this point.
Thank you.
You can hear, we look forward to having it completed.
I can tell you for a fact that it wouldn't have been here where we're at today if it wasn't for your working hard to get it done. Because we've been talking about it for 2 years. And it finally took someone to get in it and bite in it and work it like you're working it to get where we're at today, and I appreciate it.
Well, it's my community, you know, I came from Jacksonville 22 years
Yeah.
ago, but I dearly love it here. It's a great,
Well, you've been
It's a
here
great
long enough
place.
now, you're Baker County anyway, so it doesn't matter. We claim you.
There you go.
of course, I did used to come here and haul cows in here before I had a driver's license.
We appreciate it, and if you'll get back with us, I see you called out 50 grand, but let's get a like more firmer number.
Yeah, we can do that.
You know, if we can do better than that, that's all fine, but let's make sure that we got everything covered.
Okay, great.
Okay.
I appreciate it very much. Thank you all.
Thank you. Okay, we'll move to our next item on the agenda, which is Public comment, we through, and I don't have any other public comment cards. I have one for the public hearing, but nothing for,
No, sir.
and I have 15 minutes before the public hearing, so we're gonna move into the consent agenda. Does anyone have anything they need to remove from the consent agenda, or anything needed to be discussed before we take a motion to accept the consent agenda?
On the boat ramp, can we move that to an action item just to discuss?
We should have done that before.
Should have done it
Then
before.
we'll approve the
Can-
agenda.
Can I ask a question then? real
Yeah,
quick?
let's do this. Let's make a motion on the consent, a second, and then we can
we
discuss the
can
consent,
discuss.
and if we could do that. Fair enough?
Yep.
I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented.
Second.
I have a second now. Discussion.
Discussion on the boat. We're going with option number 2 for the boat ramp, correct?
Yes, sir.
For the 548 for the new one.
Yes, sir. That's what the bid was awarded, and this contract just supports how you all awarded the bid
Gotcha.
previously.
Does that have a timeline? I don't see a timeline in here.
I thought so. I'm
If
sorry.
not,
Look
could
at
we
it.
get a timeline?
We can. It should be listed in here. I'm sorry. I don't just scanned it over while we're in here. But
That's fine. That was my only question. After reading through the contract, I don't see one. Either way, we can move on. But I,
says-
if we could get a timeline
It
for
says
that.
12 months.
it's 12 months.
12 months.
So it's a maximum of 12 months in Article 7.1, but it also says that it should be completed upon the number of calendar days specified in the special conditions.
Yeah. 7.1 last sentence.
Okay.
Thank you, Rich. I knew it was there. Just couldn't see it.
You good, Commissioner Mobley? Anything
Mm.
else?
I'm good.
I have a motion, second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. I'll move to our next item on the agenda, which will be under the new business, which is license renewal, virtual infrastructure. Mr. Shivers.
Hello. So, last year we budgeted $6,186 for our virtual environment infrastructure licenses. And since we last paid this, they sold businesses, and the new owner is very proud of their product. And to the tune of an annual license going from $6,100 to $26,000. So we did not budget for the $26,000. We're asking for board approval to spend not 1 year, but 3 years. Because if we do it at 3 years, we get a savings of $16,500.
Was we not, you go ahead.
Do we not have anybody else that we can get this from?
It's so I mean it's VMware. You have to get it from VMware, much like if you get Microsoft Windows, you're going to get Microsoft Windows from Microsoft.
But there's no other company out here that does virtual infrastructure besides VMware or whoever it is?
There are many other platforms. This is the platform that we have historically had, and I mean we can look at migrating to other platforms. This is the one that we have historically had, maintained, and at this point, we have the 26th, I believe, is when our license expires.
Yeah, but I guess what my concern is this has happened now, going from 6,000 to 26,000
Yes, sir.
is a drastic increase.
It is a drastic.
And if they're sold to their mercy, and we don't have any other choice, we don't know if it could go up again next year.
Yes.
We don't know what, so that's why I'm asking. We are into a sole source issue where we have no other option and we have nothing else, so we're at bay. But I'm asking, are there any other options?
There are other options. There's just no other option that we can implement in the time frame that we have to implement it.
I understand, but it makes a difference is do we do 1 year or do we do 3? That's
Sure.
why I'm trying to ask what are the options might be is, I may be okay with 26, but if we could go by the next year and drop back from what was originally a $6,000 back to a 10 or something and save $15,000, $16,000 a year, or is it worthwhile?
Sure, and I don't have those numbers for you right now. It's something I can get for you in the next few months, but it's not a quick undertaking to change an infrastructure like that. It takes quite a bit of planning and quite a bit of effort.
How much notice did they give us?
We called last month, I believe, because we're getting ready to pay this year's invoice. So called them to get the renewal quote. That's when we got the information. By the way, it's gone up to this. So we didn't get notice until we asked for the quotation.
With the other company, we wasn't under any annual contract or just 1 year, year to year?
We did 1 year at a time.
Okay.
Is there a major cost in changing platforms?
So pretty
I would
hefty.
have to
You'd have
actually
to
look and see
explore
what it
that.
would. Yeah, we would have to do an analysis on what the new platform would require. We have all of our infrastructure in place currently to support this platform.
Can
That's what
you
I'm
explain to the
afraid
board,
of.
like, what
Yeah.
does this platform do?
So used to, the way you would work is if you needed 13 servers, you went out and bought 13 servers. Each server may cost you, $10,000. That's $130,000 worth of equipment that you're going to have to turn over every 3 years. What this platform does is allows you to take those 13 servers and consolidate them into 2 hosts that are capable of running all 13 servers. One host goes down, the other host spins up. You have no downtime. That's what we're talking about.
When does the license expire?
The 26th
Of this month?
of this month.
So is there any way you could look into other options, just at least give the board a price comparison before the next meeting, and then they can make a decision then?
But what he's saying is he can't swap everything over before then.
Well,
No,
we
but
have-
at least you would know the answer of if you want to do a 1 year versus a 3 year.
1 year versus 3, yeah.
That's true. and I
That's
mean,
all it would do.
Well, the
When
other
is the
question I would
next
have
meeting?
with that as well
The
was,
15th.
It's time to pay an invoice by then.
1 year's a Band-Aid, but I'm not,
I don't think we would have to pay it by then as long as we had signed it by then. Provided them,
Yeah.
right. I can look into that.
I mean, if that's acceptable to the board.
Yeah, I would rather do that. Like I said, before we pay 1 versus 3, what's an option?
The question is the 3-year renewal, does that lock in our price for those 3 years? They can't come back and raise
Correct.
anything
It
on us
would lock it
3
in for
years?
those 3 years.
So that's a benefit. We can't come back, if we do 1 year and they come back next year and go, oh no, it's another $20,000 more on what you're paying.
But then we have a year to look at it, you might find another option that's cheaper.
Yeah.
Then we
Right.
could just say, well, then we're not using you. You went up that much.
He can shop it in the next
Mhm.
week and then the next 2 weeks before we meet again.
So I can shop it. I can tell you that getting numbers, getting good solid numbers for an environment like this, you're not going to get those numbers solid in a 2-week period. It takes quite a bit of time to go through what your environment looks like, and then there's tools that you have to run. You send that information to them, they call you back, you have discussions, you get on, you look at your environment together, and then they go off, they come back with a number.
Yeah, it seems like it would be helpful if you could tell the board what is the hard cost, like for licenses of an alternative platform. But then I think also you'd have to advise the board, well, how many hours is this going to take? If it takes you 1,000 hours, there's a cost to that to the county as well.
Right.
I think here's what we're trying to say, Clint. We're very clear that we're gonna have to do an extension. We know that. What we're trying to decide, is it worthwhile to say the $16,000 over 3 years and go at a 3-year one? Or are we rather better off to spend the 1 year, even though it is about $5,000 more a year, doing it with a single year, but it give us time to figure out what we need to do long-term. If the reality is it's going to take 2 years to transition, and it's going to cost us far more than 16, it's going to cost us 50,000, well, saving 5,000, we'd have to do it 10 years before we break even. The question is, do we do 8-year extension or 3-year extension? That's what we're trying to figure out, and that's why we're trying to ask, what is a realistic thing to, is in 2 weeks, can we have something realistic that we could make a more informed decision rather than just tonight do that?
Sure, I'll get you some numbers.
Okay, and we'd still have time to make the commitment before the license renews, and we would know then whether we're going to a 1 year or 3 year.
Okay, we'll do.
All right, get a motion to table.
Motion to table it to the next meeting.
Second.
Thank you.
A motion second, all those in favor say aye.
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 Thank you.
Those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. We got 4 minutes before the public hearing, so I'm going to go for a short break, and then we'll start the public hearing. call this Baker County Board of County Commissioners meeting back in session, and we're gonna go straight into our public hearing. So, Ms. O'Donnell, you're on board.
All right. If I'm tired, I know you guys are tired.
We ain't been here but 9 o'clock this morning, so we still got
Only 9
4 or 5
hours.
hours to go, so
Yeah.
let's roll.
All right. So everything I have for you guys tonight is second hearing. So hopefully we worked out any questions or kinks last time. We'll work through this as fast as we can. All right. So again, everything's second reading, so an action will be required tonight. And if it's okay with you, the companion applications I will present together.
Yes, please.
All right. So the first thing you have is for ordinance number 2025-23, a small-scale land use amendment with a request of very low-density residential to
Thank you, ma'am.
commercial,
Much appreciated.
with a companion of ordinance number 2025-24, with a request of residential conventional 1 to commercial highway. So this parcel is off of George Hodges Road, just behind the Zaxby's and the hotel there. So you can kind of see it in how it sits in relation here. It's currently 7.755 acres. Back in 2006, the applicant went through a similar land use and zoning change on a portion of their property. So at this time, the applicant's request would create a parcel that's uniform, that has uniform land use and zoning, and all be commercial and commercial highway. So you can see here on two sides, it does butt up to the city limits, and then the other two sides are still residential and very low density residential. And again, the applicant went through a similar process for a portion of the property, which was this portion here. Back in 2006, they are expanding that. Their request is to expand that now. Other than that, the parcel is currently in compliance with the standards, or, with the zoning standards now, with very low density residential and RC1. You have any questions?
Any questions or comments?
Just for the record, will you go over what the LPA's recommendation
Oh
was?
yes, I'm sorry. Staff recommends approval, and LPA did recommend approval as well. I'm sorry.
No, thank you.
For both 2025-23 as well as 24?
Yes, sir, for both applications.
Thank you.
Both ordinances.
Any questions or
I
comments from
think
any?
my question were they going to pursue the city annexing this property?
So that is not something that I have any information on. With them being as close to the city as they are, for most development purposes, it probably would
Makes sense.
make sense. But as far as I know, they have not asked to
Okay.
annex into the city in any way or to use their facilities in any way.
Okay.
Anything else? Anyone in the public have any questions, comments, or statements on these items? It's before the board. Hearing none, what's the pleasure of the board?
Move to approve ordinance 2025-23, read by title.
Second.
Mr. Commando?
Ordinance 2025-23, an ordinance of the Board of County Commissioners of Baker County, Florida, making a small-scale amendment to the Baker County Comprehensive Plan by reclassifying approximately 7.55 acres of real property owned by Claudette Crawford from very low-density residential to commercial, providing findings by the Board of County Commissioners, providing direction for recording, providing for severability, and providing an effective date.
I'll close the public hearing and a regular scheduled meeting, and all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Back into our public hearing. Any questions on the ordinance 24? Any questions or comments from anyone in the public? Hearing none, what's the pleasure of the board?
Move to approve ordinance 2025-24, read by title.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Mr. Commando.
Consider ordinance 2025-24, an ordinance of the Board of County Commissioners of Baker County, Florida, amending the Baker County zoning map by reclassifying approximately 7.55 acres of real property owned by Claudette Crawford from residential conventional 1 to commercial highway, providing for a change of zoning, providing direction for recording, providing for severability, and providing an effective date.
We'll close our public hearing and our regular meeting now. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Back into our public hearing, our next item.
Okay, the next item we have is ordinance number 2025-28, I'm sorry. It's a rezoning with a request of agriculture 7.5 to agriculture 5. So this parcel is owned by Miss Gracie White. It's currently 20.14 acres with a land use of Ag B and a zoning of Ag 7.5. So it is her intent to eventually divide her property between her 4 children. When she does that, she wants to ensure that the parcels that they would be getting would meet the zoning and land use standards. With 4 children, 7.5 with a 20-acre parcel doesn't quite meet those requirements. So this would be the first step in that estate planning for her. So if you see this area, it's kind of a little bit of a mix here. So there is a lot of Ag B and Ag 7.5, but then you'll see too, there is some very low density residential, some RCMH 2.5, and then a little to the south there is some smaller tracts with medium density residential. This parcel is located off of 229, but the access does come from Benny Gibbons Court. So I know we discussed that a little bit last meeting. They would have to come in through Gaskin Circle and then up here through Benny Gibbons Court. And we discussed the easements and things to make sure when she goes to divide the property and she goes through that process that, you know, there will be an additional process that we make sure that the easement meets everything, meets everybody's standards, fire rescue can turn around and all of that. So again, this is the first step in her estate planning, and the lots created would have very similar uses and similar lot requirements with a minimal change in density. Staff recommends approval and LPA recommended approval as well.
Thank you. Questions or comments from the board? Any questions or comments from anyone in the public on this item? Hearing none, what's the pleasure of the board?
Make a motion to read by title 2025-28.
Second.
Have a motion second, Mr. Commando.
This is ordinance 2025-28, an ordinance of the Board of County Commissioners of Baker County, Florida, amending the Baker County zoning map by reclassifying approximately 20.14 acres of real property owned by Grace White from agricultural 7.5 to agricultural 5, providing for a change of zoning, providing direction for recording, providing for severability, and providing an effective date.
Close our public hearing and a regular meeting. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. We're back into our public hearing.
Alright. The next agenda item we have is a variance. This is for a property that is located in the northwest corner of State Road 121 and County Road 23C. If you'll remember, this parcel went through a rezoning last year or so to commercial and commercial general. They are in the early development stages now, and based on our county code, the county code requires 5 parking spaces per every 1,000 feet of building space. So based on that, it would be just over 50 spaces that would be required. The applicant was requesting a reduction in that to only use just over 30 spaces. So they had submitted us, a site plan that shows that, along with some other stores that were made up with a similar dynamic. So you'll see here, there are some of those proposed buildings that had similar building makeups with similar parking that were 33 spaces or less. And I'm not sure how many of you guys saw it in your email. I had sent out an updated site plan, which you have now. And that does show the code requirement parking spaces. You'll see, like the applicant spoke of last time, last meeting, that does add a little more concrete to this site. So I'll give you guys a couple minutes to look at that and the differences there. And then again, we felt based on the way code reads, any design standard for off-street parking, and for any design standards for off-street parking, it states that the Board of County Commissioners may modify those requirements. So that's why you guys are hearing this in addition to the LPA hearing it, instead of LPA having final decision. We did discuss last meeting that this is a typical request from this type of retail store. So with that request matching previous request historically, staff did recommend approval and LPA recommended approval as well. But we absolutely understand your concerns as well. The applicants are here if you have any additional questions for them.
What is, if it followed, I'm sorry, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
Following county standards, how many spaces would be required?
54.
How many is proposed?
So with the variance,
No. How many is proposed right now with their site?
so we have two proposals. We have the proposal that was in the variance request, which would allow for 33 spaces, and then they've provided us.
This is the question I have, so we can handle this right up front.
Yes.
Is this submittal that had come before the board today,
Mm-hmm.
is a submittal that they would be putting in effect instead of what they submitted the first time? Or
So if
are they
you were-
asking for that variance?
If you were to approve the variance, it would be the original.
So what you're
Proposal
asking,
with
and that's what I'm
33
trying to
spaces,
clarify.
yes.
What you're asking us for approval today is a variance
Is
on
for
their
the
first,
33
on their first
spaces,
proposal.
but they did supply what it would look like without the variance, and we wanted
So
you to
this
have
is
that
simply
for
just for us to
informational.
look at?
Yes, yes.
So if we
the
denied it a
was
variance, it
denied,
will not revert to this. This would be something.
It
they
would
could-
be this. It would be this one that you have here with the
The
three spots.
question is, with this,
Mhm.
they wouldn't even need to come before the board for a variance
Right.
because they meet code.
Right,
Okay.
right. That
That's,
is correct.
that's the clarification I'm trying.
Yes. And
Right.
you'll see, there are additional spots. Some of those are compact spaces.
Sorry.
No,
Which is,
you're right.
which is
You're on the same page.
common. And then it does change from the 2 ADA spots to the 3 ADA spots.
Exactly.
If we were to go with the 54,
So,
yeah.
so in a nutshell, this site can clearly accommodate our standards.
It can,
Okay.
it can.
Chairman, I do have a question.
Yes.
I had a citizen with concerns about the caution light and maybe the traffic and getting out on 121
Mhm.
north,
This,
and maybe of maybe trying to see if we could get a red light there or something that would help with the safety concerns.
So that is on 121, which is
A state road, I
it's a state road.
understand.
So that would.
I'll let Rep. Grannon leave too quick.
Yeah, we did.
So they're accessing off of a county road, or their proposed access, I'm sorry. We're not accessing anywhere yet, but the proposed access is off of a county road.
With both designs?
Yes, both designs, it's coming off of 23C.
But realistically, they're going to be going probably to most of traffic on 121, I would
Right,
think.
right. Most people are gonna
Yeah.
take 121 and turn at the
Yes.
caution light to go there, absolutely.
I would agree, but I didn't mean
Yes.
to cut you up. I've received a phone call as well, and concerning the traffic, and while I understand that, I'm also not in a position, or I'm not going to deny an opportunity for development to occur because of potential concern on the interchange. Because if we're going to deny this one, we better deny everything else that comes before us along the entire, anything that adds traffic to that intersection. That's not our job.
No, I'm just requesting.
No, I understand. I think the appropriate thing is if we have concerns at that intersection, we elevate those to the request of the state for them to take a look for DOT, for them to come look and do a traffic study there and see. And if so, then they'll continue to program it. But I'm not going to restrict my decision on this one because of that. It is a valid concern, but it's not appropriate, in my opinion, to hold up any type of development or growth because of a concern on that roadway. So,
Yeah, it doesn't hurt to ask in the future.
I understand. Don't hurt to ask.
It
and I
doesn't hurt
appreciate
to ask at all.
And I respect the fact that the citizens called to express their concern
Right.
with it. It does have only one access point, which is off of only on the county road. So there is no involvement with the state at this point, but we would ask the state to continue to monitor that intersection and program funding accordingly for traffic signal if it warranted it.
And the thing is, if the variance is denied or approved tonight, if it's denied, the zoning is already there to put their store there.
Absolutely.
So if they went tomorrow and submitted their information along with this site plan, it would get approved through the building department
we would
without a
start the
variance or
process.
without. So in all actuality, the board would not have anything to say
Right.
about it anyway. If only thing before this board tonight is to approve or disapprove a variance of the parking. It's not that you can turn down the site, because if they want to build with the current zoning that we just approved a couple months or even a month ago, allows for this type of building to be built there. And as long as they meet all the county setbacks and all the county parking, and this can happen with or without this board, because it's already been approved.
Chairman, I'm ready. I'm glad to put a motion on the floor unless we want to.
I'm not finished.
Oh, okay.
I'm just gonna let the board finish, and then I'll let the speaker for it. I had forgotten, and then I'll let everybody in the public have.
I'll kind of tell you where I'm at up front on this one. One, I want to express my appreciation for going back and looking and finding a way to make this happen. I'm not going to be in favor of the variance and the reduction for parking for the same reason I've said before. We have standards in place to try to make sure we enforce those to cover and protect everybody. It doesn't seem appropriate to allow one of the largest retailers in the country to deviate from our standards, but yet we make every small business, everything else follow that same thing. Everybody could do the same type of studies. My point is if the studies show that a retail of this size doesn't need that amount of parking, then we should be changing our entire parking standards to not do that. And so this is a site that can be accommodated with meeting our standards, and I welcome, look, we've already got 6. This is number 7 Dollar General in the store. Some people says we don't need any more. That's not my call. This is a piece of property. If you want to buy it, you want to build it, it meets the requirements, no problem. Just follow the same standards that we expect everybody else to. And so with that, it's going to be my position that I'm going to vote against the variance because the site can be developed in accordance to our standards.
I'm gonna go ahead and let the public comments. Stacy Tipton. Can you state your name and for the record, please?
Yes, sir. Good evening. My name is Stacy Tipton, and I'm a small business owner right here in Baker County. Thank you for allowing me to speak tonight, and thank you, fellow citizens, for coming to listen, to care about these subjects that matter so much to us. I am asking tonight that you do not approve a variance for the Dollar General at Steel Bridge and 121 for the matter of it is almost a 40% reduction, which goes against the standards of the codes of which we in Baker County follow and respect. And the Dollar General that is 2.5 miles down the road, which is 2.02 acres, and the proposed Dollar General, which is 2.01 acres, share similar acreage, And yet the new Dollar General proposal is 10,640 square feet, with the present Dollar General 9,414 square feet. I drove that Dollar General this evening on the way to this meeting, and I counted the parking spaces. I did my own little study, little old business owner, and I did it twice to make sure there wasn't error. There were 48 parking spaces, which met the code. So all I am simply asking as a small business owner is if those around us can support and abide by the code in which all of us have to follow, and the community supports, then we are for that. But I ask that if the variance is on the proposal tonight, that that not be approved because of the Dollar General that is in similarity and to what those, like myself as a small business owner, follow here in Baker County.
Thank you, ma'am, for your comments.
Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Anyone else in the public have any comments on this item before the board? Would the owners like to speak?
Good evening, Commissioners. Pete Schonauer, Tidewater Engineering. I appreciate you guys seeing us again on this item. I understand what you're coming from. You want to uphold the standards of the ordinance. You made a point about maybe the ordinance needs to be revisited and things change. That came up in the LPA meeting as well, where the chairman made the same exact comment. And I think it should, because the parking, we can make work. It wasn't easy. It wasn't easy. I had a task ahead of me, but it's just, I just feel it's a little unfortunate that we're going to have excessive parking. It doesn't benefit the site. It doesn't benefit the community. If there's a way, perhaps we could make a compromise, and I know we're asking for 40% or whatever, and then that does seem extreme, but perhaps less of a variance, where we eliminate the 12 compact spaces or something like that, and still have far more parking than we need. That's what I ask, just as a possible suggestion. And
was there a variance for the other site, for the other Dollar General?
So that one is inside the city limits of McClenny.
Oh, I don't remember them coming before.
No.
That one's inside the city limits of McClenny, so I'm not sure what their parking standards are.
That makes sense.
We had to make a variance on one because of the tree and stuff in
Sanderson and
Kyler.
Kyler.
And Kyler because of the retention pond, but we requested on the retention pond that it made it be able to use the water and stuff that we could use for fire. So there's a couple that has been, but not to this extreme. I mean, we're talking 40% of the parking that they was trying to do away with. That's unacceptable.
I understand your point. But at the same time, as local small business owner, I hope you would, give them some consideration too if they came in with a project like this and they said, your ordinance really doesn't reflect what is necessary in terms of parking. But I understand your.
But you're asking for a compromise. Like, what are you thinking? Are you thinking 10%, 20%?
About 12. He dropped 12 off.
Yeah, just reduce it a little bit.
So it'd still be a 20% reduction. 20% reduction still.
So you'd still have 42.
I appreciate it. I really do, but I'm not willing to compromise on something that we know we can have the site there. If we're going to start making changes such as that, because it's indicated it's not needed, then we need to address our standards as a whole and stop making everybody else have to do it, not do one at a time because of this. That's my position. I don't see why we would want to set a precedence, because if we do this, knowing that a site can be built to standards, then we have no standing for every other business that comes in and says, I don't need it. Even though their site can do it, then we just decided not to do it. I agree with the fact that we may need to address those, but I don't think this is the way to do it. And I know a site can be built with the standards.
I understand. I appreciate you taking the time to listen to me. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else in the public have any comments? Any other board member have any comment? What's the pleasure of the board?
Make a motion that we deny the request for variance as presented.
Is this,
I'll second.
I have a rezoning and, no, I'm on the Jones property, I'm sorry. I'm getting way ahead of myself here. Been a long day. A variance on the parking requirements for Jones. I have a motion to deny the variance and a second to deny the variance. So there's nothing.
There's nothing to read, just vote.
Well, I'm gonna go into our public, out of the public into the regular meeting, and what is we already have that, Jimmy. All those in favor say aye of the variance.
Deny.
All those say deny the variance, I'm sorry. Say aye.
Aye.
Everybody okay? Jimmy's not okay today.
Do you need some coffee?
I am tired. I tell you, I've been running this meeting since 9 o'clock this morning, so things starting to run together. So the variance has been denied as presented.
Yes, sir.
Back into our public. Now we can go on to the next one.
All right, so these companion items are the last items that I have for you this evening. This is for ordinance number 2025-21, a small-scale land use amendment with a request of agriculture B to commercial, and a companion rezoning of 2025-22 from agriculture 7.5 to commercial highway. So Kayla's passing out. We did this evening receive a letter from the property owner just to the north of this parcel. So that's the letter that Kayla just passed out. So this parcel is owned by Travis and Amy Horn. It is located at 9809 Nursery Boulevard. It is 7.33 acres. Currently, the parcel is in compliance with current standards. However, the applicant would like to develop a portion of this property to be used for recreational vehicle storage. So you can see from the aerial there, it is directly across Nursery Boulevard from the RV park. So you'll see here the zoning on two sides, to the north and the south, or just to the north, I'm sorry, that is an error on the map there. To the north of this parcel is Ag 7.5 and Agriculture Zone B. To the south of this parcel, and along one side, it is commercial and commercial highway. And then on the other side, you have recreation and PUD for the RV park. So we had conversation about changing this to industrial, and then at your direction, we came back down to commercial highway and commercial. After discussion, we felt that it fit with a special use or special exception to allow RV storage. Considering the proximity to the RV park, I think it's an ideal place for this type of storage. Staff recommended approval. LPA recommended approval as well. Last meeting, we talked about some of the buffering requirements along the north side of the property because it would be up against a residential parcel, and the letter that you have is from the owner of that parcel. So if you read through there, it's just that they've had a conversation and he was in support of the application.
So the parcel to the north changed hands?
It changed hands a little while back.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. The previous property owner held a mortgage on the property, but the property had changed ownership quite some time ago. So.
Okay.
Sure.
Yes.
One of the things you just commented says changing this to commercial does allow for a special exception for the RV storage. Special exception. Did I misunderstand what you said? This is because we're looking at changing this to commercial, correct?
Commercial highway.
Excuse me, yeah, commercial
Yes.
highway. And commercial highway typically doesn't allow for RV storage, but we said if we could do it with special exception.
Yes, because it does. It allowed
storage.
It allowed vehicle storage, but it did not specify recreational vehicle storage. So with talking with Rich during that public meeting, he did feel that that would fit.
So my question
that.
comes back with what we're doing tonight. If we approve both the small-scale land use as well as the rezoning, does the applicant have to do anything to come back to us for a special exemption or anything else, or are we good for them to be able to move forward?
They would be able to move forward with a development application at that point.
And they don't have to come back again for us to approve the fact that they want to use RV storage in commercial highway area.
So that may be a question for Rich. Generally, with the special use application, you would see that again. Yes.
I thought it would have to come back. I'm trying to look in
Yes,
the code right now.
because I do not think that we could put
Well,
we
and
can't put a condition
That's the
on
issue.
the
We can't
zoning.
put conditions on straight zoning unless it's a PUD.
And
There are some other restrictions that I think the board has said they wanted to see for this property.
And I'm okay with that, but here's where I want to have a caveat. We're the one that asked them to go back and don't do what they originally
Right,
asked. We
right.
asked them for them to go back and change this to commercial highway, not industrial. And so now we're going to tell them you got to come back for another special exception. So when they do that, do they have to go through another application fee and all these kind of things to get us back?
I think in this case we would waive any fees.
Okay.
It would be.
Just
they
so that you
would
understand,
be
that's where I'm
going
gonna-
through the motions of the process, but we would waive
And
any of those fees.
They
I
made
think that
changes
would
at our
be the right
request,
thing.
which I'm glad with. I'm happy they agreed to do it, but I don't think it's fair for us to then cause them to have to pay again
Right. No,
to
I
go through the
yeah, I
exception that we
completely
asked them to do.
understand that.
But
So
it's still gonna put them through another 2 meetings.
Well, they'll be working. They can still be working on their development application in the meantime for that. Yes, yeah. So it would require it, even if it requires public meetings. That doesn't hold up their process. They can still be working on the back end of their development application.
Our process will be finished before they ever get their development agreement.
Right,
together.
right. Because there are aspects of that development application that we're going to have for that special use application. We're going to have, a better site plan and more
Okay.
details.
Sure. You know,
That development would include some kind of arrangement about fire prevention.
So
Because
they would
there is
have,
a lack of water there.
yes, they would have to go through that. So any development application for a project like this, the fire chief he's part of our review
Okay.
for that.
Make sure the gate's big enough to go
Right.
through and all those
Right.
things.
Yes.
Any other questions or comments? I'm going to ask that this be put in the record, in the minutes.
Yes, sir. We can do that.
And then also, anyone in the public have any comments, questions? Would the owners like to speak? Yes, sir.
Travis Horn again. I reside at 9809 Nursery Boulevard. I just wanted to get some clarification on basically what was just said. So, and correct me if I'm wrong. So we're trying to get approval on the zoning of commercial highway but also we're asking for a special exception for that, and we will need that process. We can get going. In the meantime, but we will have to provide a site plan. Is that correct?
Yeah, what it is, when you do a special exception to the rule, which basically is saying this is what you want to be doing, and this is why you're asking for the exception.
Gotcha.
And the county is going to waive all fees because we actually asked you to go through this process, so it won't cost you anything. And the stuff that you're having to do, you got to do anyway.
Yeah. Okay.
So you just get with LaDonna, and she'll work you right on through it, and it'll come before us. And
Gotcha. Okay. Thank you.
And did you see a copy of the email from your neighbor? Okay.
Yeah, that's what
just
we
as long
brought
as
that in, yes. Yeah,
thank
we-
you. I just want to make sure you were aware.
Yep.
thank you. Anyone else in the public have anything to say? Well, it's a pleasure of the board.
I'll make a motion to approve ordinance 2025-21, read by title.
second.
Mr. Commando.
Ordinance 2025-21, an ordinance of the Board of County Commissioners of Baker County, Florida, making a small-scale amendment to the Baker County Comprehensive Plan by reclassifying approximately 7.33 acres of real property owned by Travis Name Horn from agricultural B to commercial, providing findings by the Board of County Commissioners, providing direction for recording, providing for severability, and providing an effective date.
Close our public hearing, back in the regular meeting. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. We're back on our public hearing. Anyone in this public have any questions or comments on ordinance 2025-22? What's the pleasure of the board?
I move we approve 2025-22, read by title.
Second.
Mr. Commander?
Yes, sir. Ordinance 2025-22, an ordinance of the Board of County Commissioners of Baker County, Florida, amending the Baker County zoning map by reclassifying approximately 7.33 acres of real property owned by Travis Namey Horn from agricultural 7.5 to commercial highway, providing for a change in zoning, providing for direction for recording, providing for severability, and providing an effective date.
We'll close our public hearing and our regular scheduled meeting. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank y'all very much. That is the end of the public hearing. We are going to stay in our regular scheduled meeting. Does any of the commissioners need a break? Are we good to keep on rolling? I'll give people time to ease
Kayla
it.
just need to change the battery pack.
That's fine, Joe.
I thought Kayla was presenting something.
Is you going to present?
What's that, Cindy?
My text wasn't going. Okay, you're good.
We ready? Give me a second to get my ducks in a row here.
So they have to turn them off, let her make
We got to wait on her.
No, we're good.
Okay.
Oh, you're presenting, so we can move on.
Yes, sir.
Approval of the quote for a Minger Field concession roof.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So we do have in our current budget the replacement of the concession stand roof at Minger Field. That's a girls softball complex, for those that may not be familiar with that name. We did seek out 3 different quotes in accordance with our purchasing policy. The lowest was from America's Best in the amount of $10,450. Because this is over my purchasing authority, it is before you tonight for your consideration and approval. You can see from our agenda item request form, we did receive multiple quotes on this and what those rates were. The next lowest bid was $12,500. Excuse me, $12,000, and then followed by $12,500. Again, we do have actually $30,000 in the county budget for this, so it's well within the guidelines of what we've established for that. So staff does recommend approval to America's Best in the amount of $10,450.
Question, Ms. Sarah, on the America's Best local contractor.
They are not local. They are in they're in Jacksonville. not
Are
local, but-
we within the threshold with
No, sir.
Muncie, or we're not?
No, sir, we're not.
Or the plum level?
No, sir.
Okay, so we can go ahead and move forward.
Yes, sir.
What's the pleasure of the board?
Make a motion to approve contract to America's Best Roofing and Construction in the amount of $10,450.
Second.
And motion second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Moving to our next item, resolution 2025-10, County Road 125, additional funds. Ms. Sarah?
Chris, you good with me handling this?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you again, Mr. Chairman. So this is actually on a project we've talked about recently over the last several months about our FEMA damage. So this is for County Road 125 North at the Kirkland Branch. This is the box culvert there that we had some undermining issues. And we've gone through the process with FEMA. Because this road was on the federal highway road list, it was not qualified for that. So long story short, we have gone around the way to try to find out some ways we can get this fixed without it costing the county any money. And so thankfully FDOT has been yet again another friend to us and has provided an additional $500,000 for this project. So this resolution that's before you tonight, we actually have a current agreement for the widening and resurfacing of County Road 125 North from Blair to Park. And what this before you tonight does is adds $500,000 to that existing agreement as a supplemental funding source, so that the box culvert can be done and repaired like it needs to be. Chris and Jason, we've looked at this, we've looked at our engineer estimates, and we believe that it can be done within this amount without having any extra money spent from the county.
Okay.
So staff does recommend approval of resolution 25-10. So we're very thankful to FDOT for being able to provide this funding for us in the amount of $500,000.
Yes, sir.
First of all, we're absolutely going to accept free money.
Yes.
Let's be clear on that. What I'm about to say does not change that at all. Isn't this the one that it was originally being sought after for FEMA funds, that ultimately was determined that this was on the federal aid system, and as such we couldn't get FEMA, that we had to go through FHWA or USDOT to try to seek funding, and we recently just got denied of that funding, unless I'm mistaken, because of pre-existing issues that
That's
said it
correct.
could have been reserved.
That's correct.
So the state has stepped in and do that.
Yes.
This is worthy of noting that DOT does a lot for us sometimes that we don't always acknowledge and recognize the real benefit of what DOT does for rural communities with this. Here's $500,000 that they did not have to come up with that they did. So I want to make sure we extend an appreciation to DOT for that effort. I will just tell you now, I'm already reaching out to Secretary Evans to have another meeting with him for my regular job. I'm going to make sure I point out the fact that we appreciate the continued support for that on behalf of the board, if that's okay with the board.
I would really like, Ms. Sarah, before he has that meeting, if you can get a letter from the Baker County Board of County Commissioners in appreciation and have that signed by the chair, and then Commissioner Bennett can present that to him, not mail it to him, but present it to him in person. For our gratitude for what, not only with this project, but the many projects that we are short on funding, that they can somehow just seem to step up
Yes, sir.
and help the county, and I don't want it to go unnoticed.
Certainly, I can do that tomorrow and get it ready for your signature.
Well, thank you.
Move to approve Resolution 2025-10, read by title.
Second.
Mr. Commando.
Resolution 2025-10, a resolution of the Board of County Commissioners of Baker County, Florida, authorizing the execution of a supplemental funding agreement with the Florida Department of Transportation Financial Project Number 439675-1-54-01.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Our next item on the agenda, I know these ladies has been waiting a long time, so
Yes, sir.
it's y'all's time to shine.
Yes, sir. Andrea,
Fiscal year 25-26. Miss Sarah, if you want to
I
introduce.
do. Miss Andrea Hanna, come on up. Miss Andrea is here with the Florida Sheriff's Risk Management Fund. They are our insurance broker of record, and they are the brains behind this proposal that's here before us tonight. Just to make sure that the board and the public are aware, we do have an insurance committee that consists of county manager and HR, and then every constitutional office and their HR staff that review this. We go over problems and concerns throughout the year with the Sheriff's Risk Management Fund. We have reviewed these rates, and we are in agreement and are ready to move forward with it as long as the board is as well. And Andrea, with that, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Sarah. It is truly a pleasure to be here meeting with the board today. With me is our Chief of Employee Benefits, Becky Miller. And we put this proposal together to talk through, to provide you an update on your 24 comparison with your 24-25 renewal and your 25-26 renewal. And just want to let you know, it has truly been our honor to serve as the broker for Baker County and to work with the insurance committee and all the other constitutionals that make up that committee. On this first slide, we have the 24-25 renewal, and we have a snapshot of the plan design as well as the rates associated with that. There, we also have the 25-26 renewal. As you'll see, there was not a change in the plan design. We kept that consistent based on the recommendations from the insurance committee and their discussions that they had with the staff and their individual offices. The difference in those two, as you can see, is the rate increase that Florida Blue provided for you. As we started out with the renewal, the original quote from Florida Blue was about 29%. We were able to negotiate and bring it down to 23% or 22%, and then we asked them just to sharpen their pencil one more time and take a look at the relationship that they've had with Baker in the past, and the fact that Baker wanted to come back to Florida Blue, and they were able to sharpen their pencils a little bit more and able to reduce it down to the 17% that the final presentation that we implemented and moved forward with open enrollment for this year. And as you look at that increase of 17%, of course, you know, many of it's made up of most of it's made up of the claims experience. You'll see that your MLR, or your medical loss ratio, is at 96% for the up until June claims data that was provided. The medical cost trend that we're seeing across the board is 7%, and as many of you know, the cost of healthcare is going up each and every year. And a big part of that, or part of that, is an increase in prescription drug costs, and you'll see that in your on the next slide. This is the Florida Blue monitoring report that we received in addition to the claims, the renewal that we received in early July. And you'll see on that very last column, you'll see that 96% medical loss ratio. And what that's saying is that your premiums to cost, your cost is almost outpacing the premiums collected from Florida Blue. So that's one of the things that kind of warranted with that. In taking the direction from the insurance committee, we did go to market, and we are getting those claims and getting the final rates in. Florida Blue was definitely the right decision for you, and that's based on the claims experience over the last year, really the last 2 years that Baker has been under the Florida Sheriff's Employee Benefit Trust. And as we look at one of the things that we're very excited about, or were excited about, is the open enrollment. Many of you, as I see in the room, participated in the open enrollment this year using our new platform, and that was a very seamless process this year. Your employees were able to see what they elected last year and able to make decisions based on those elections from last year for them using our benefit enrollment platform. This platform is available to all employees 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, that they can take a look at their elections, or their dependents can see the elections made. On the renewal, we talked about the medical, just threw this in about the dental, and the insurance committee made the decision to add an enhanced dental plan this year. And that enhanced dental plan allowed not only for, of course, the other things, but the biggest thing it allows for is adult ortho as well as children ortho. With Florida Blue and continuing with them, they'll still have that the opportunity to have the Florida Blue Wellness, the $20,000 available for the 25-26 plan year. This year we utilized those funds with our wellness and health fair. Florida Blue came on site and were able to provide screenings for employees that participated in the wellness event. We'd like to bring this back again next year and make it bigger and better for the 25-26 plan year. And these are some of the things that are just included in the wellness in your Florida Blue plan. Some of the wellness things, we talked about the on-site screenings that were available for you. There's a diabetes prevention plan. There is digital online health. There is the Healthy Prenatal Program that's available for employees as part of being a part of Florida Blue and Florida Blue Wellness Plan. I just want to say thank you again for the opportunity to serve the employees and the Baker County Board of County Commissioners. Any questions?
Questions?
Yes.
I have a question. The premiums changed. Did the plans themselves and the benefits that the employees get change? Or because I just heard you 17% increase, correct?
It's a 17% increase, and the benefits did not change.
So we got the same benefits we just experienced in the 17% increase. So when we go, Mr. Chairman, when we go back to the regular workshop, I do want to talk about how we are absorbing that 17% increase. How much is county coverage versus the employees? But right now, and I take it that our insurance committee has all been well informed and is involved with this and all good with it and all recommending that we move forward.
Yes, sir.
And that's comprised of all representatives from all the different constitutional officers as well, right?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? What's the pleasure of the board?
Make a motion to approve the fiscal year 2025-26 health benefit renewal.
I'll second.
Motion second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you very much. And
Thank you.
you for sharpening the pencil. Next time, sharpen it just one more time.
We will absolutely do that. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I just want to add with a loss ratio of 96%, that's.
Oh, I know. I seen that, and that, I know why it was up.
Yes, sir.
You can't stay in business of that.
No, sir.
I
I
understand.
think that just attributes to the year prior with UHC, with all of the issues that we had. We were not utilizing our insurance, and so a lot of things were put off until
Yeah.
this plan year, which is why you're seeing the loss ratio so high.
They're
this year.
clearly using it now.
Yes, sir. They're making up for that year that we had UHC, certainly.
Okay, we're moving to our next item on the agenda. Is Mr. Dennis with emergency management update.
Chairman, Board, thank you for the opportunity. I'd like to start off with just the update on current projects for 4806, which is Hurricane Debbie. Not a lot to report except that we have moved forward now, and hopefully right after I leave here, it's going to start moving at an even faster pace of moving the RFPs to contracts, and then ultimately the contracts uploaded into FEMA, going from estimates now to real numbers. We did get notified this week that we are on some deadlines, so FEMA is now pushing back on us. This is the first time where we're really, they're waiting on us. And so we have, for all projects, we have until the 15th to get those submitted with the dollar figures and the real numbers as opposed to the estimates. And with the boat ramp specifically, we have until the 19th to get that project moved forward. Additionally, I'd like to share at least a little bit of really good news. We had been asking for quite a while, and in fact, when the representative Brandon was here earlier, he was a part of helping us push forward to get information on our waiver. We do understand that the waiver is being processed, and we're not anticipating any issues with the match waiver. So that's really good news when we start talking about, what the county's going to have out of pocket. So it's really good news there. We don't have anything official yet, obviously, and I think there were some questions back and forth. I think Cheryl had some of those. They were questioning why there were some changes in the numbers. Way back when we started that waiver process, we were one of the first in the state to submit that waiver request. We were just dealing off of really ballpark numbers. So as the numbers come down and we start seeing the real dollar figures get attached to these projects, we should see even more. And I think 4.8 down to, or 4.1 down to 3.8, I don't think the match is going to be that much even by the time we're done, just because of the projects. With that being said, Chairman, you asked me the last time I was here to come back with a plan specifically for NFIP and for the floodplain management. And so I was able to meet with Sarah and the property appraiser's office and LaDonna on a couple of different occasions, and we do have a plan. I think you have that in front of you. I do want to say that I just, truth in advertising, at this juncture, I think we have a solid plan for the disaster side. I do think that getting a 1206 contractor on board is going to be critical. I did reach out. I don't yet have a sample RFP for the 1206, but I have reached out to several counties, and if that information, if they have it to share, I'll forward it as soon as I do. I will say that I do not have a plan moving forward to how to become compliant with the permitting side. And so after having discussion with Sarah, I'm assuming that the county attorney has some decision. I'm not really sure what I'm asking for here, but a position on what it is, because as late as this afternoon, FDEM is telling me they're having a difficult time from the interviews and from our documentation proving reactive enforcement of the floodplain requirements. So they're not even talking about being proactive in there. They're saying that they're having a difficult time being able to demonstrate FEMA that we are reactively following that. And so Sarah mentioned last time that it's an impossibility for us to be proactive. I don't have an answer, and I'm hoping that we can get some guidance from the county attorney on.
And that response is specific to code enforcement. So Baker County's code enforcement process is reactive. We are not proactive. We as staff cannot ride through the county and issue code enforcement complaints. And so that's where we're kind of looking at Rich for some guidance as to how we can be NFIP compliant, even though we're not a proactive code enforcement process. So certainly there are other communities in the state that do this. So we're just trying to navigate how we can make that work on our end to meet that requirement that they're asking us for.
And FDM again asked me very specifically, in fact, in an email late this afternoon, went to our ordinance and said, your ordinance does not make that statement. Doesn't make the statement that the county employees cannot initiate these proceedings, is the technical language, I think, within the statutes. But it says that the state statute doesn't have that restriction, and our county ordinance doesn't have that restriction. And that's actually for the reactive, not for the proactive. But the FDM's position is...
What restriction for reactive are you talking about?
The ability to ultimately to demonstrate to FEMA that we are enforcing our codes,
So
what our ordinance is.
Normally the way that happens is when people come in for permits, whether it's for remodeling, there's a substantial damages determination, or sometimes they'll come in to remodel and the substantial remodel determination. It's at those periods that you find whether or not they have floodplain issues or something like that.
Or after a disaster, because in the floodplain very specifically. In fact, FDM also referenced today that it's one of the mandates of the floodplain administrator to inspect that special flood zone hazard area on an annual basis. And so from FDM's perspective, they're having a difficult time, because ultimately what it boils down to is we have to demonstrate to FEMA that we are enforcing our own ordinance to ensure or maintain that those dwellings in the special flood zone hazard areas are meeting that 50% damage threshold, and if they're not, then they need to be brought up to code.
And again, they usually come through the permitting process. That's usually how most governments catch them.
And again, I'll go back to say that based off of the interviews with the county staff and what our ordinance says, FDM is at this juncture not able to demonstrate that.
So Dennis, here's what I'm hearing you say, and correct me if I'm mistaken. You're getting one message from FDM and a different message from the county. FDM says you got to do this, and we're saying we can't do this.
It's a little bit different. FDM is saying, I don't see in your ordinance where that restriction is coming from, because FDM doesn't really tell you how to do it. They just tell you whether or not what you're doing is compliant.
Those
So
are
I don't
policy
want to.
decisions though that were made long before honestly, any of us were here. And it's all based on available resources.
So, and I'm almost verbatim quoting here, I'm not forgetting that you have limited resources, but that can't be the only reason you're not in compliance. And I would agree with you that our current ordinance, so if we go back 2021, right, and then 2024, and then 2025. So our current ordinance and the language that it is looks like it's from 2019, but there are several iterations that are not, it changes in the Florida state statute, right, that aren't reflected in our county ordinance. And I also understand we're doing a current review for SB 180 to get it up to where we are.
Well, SB 180 has a lot of other things that are coming, like the checklist for permitting, the expedited permitting, the inability to change the zoning LDC or LDRs. So there's a lot of parts to that. But as far as if you look at Muni Code and you see 2019, I mean, that's probably not true, only because the 2019 change was, I think, when we went from a code enforcement board to a magistrate. So the actual text of the code enforcement was long before that, and we didn't even codify until when, 2015, 2016?
I think it's 15.
So
You're bringing very good points, and points that we've actually discovered in this back and forth, because FEMA and FDM have been good partners thus point. There's still not been a hammer, but the conversation back and forth is how do we get there? And primarily it's come down to, and I think Sarah said that that's historically been our position, right? That county employees cannot initiate these proceedings, as opposed to what the statute and what the ordinance probably should say, which is the magistrate and/or, right? Because that's we don't have a board anymore. But there was also, and I didn't understand, and help me, maybe you can help me understand about what did get uploaded to Unicode and what didn't. I remember seeing in your email that somehow it got left off. Do you know what year that
So you're
was?
talking about the 2019 ordinance. So we're in the process of an update with Unicode now, and that's part of the update that will be online. So the ordinance is done and it's available. It's just not part of that Unicode process. But again, that's not SB 180 compliant because Unicode is a third-party agency. So what SB 180 requires is, even though Unicode has it there, we have to have a special section on our website
Correct.
by May of 2026 with all of this information on it. So regardless of it being on Unicode, we still have to be compliant in a different way by May, and that's what our IT staff are working on.
So where that came from specifically was FDM and FEMA both went to pull our ordinance, and because NFIP does require those things to be public facing, right there, the essence of it is your citizens should be aware and knowledgeable of those requirements of them in the special flood zone hazard area. And because wasn't on Unicode, they took what was public facing, which was the only version they had.
How many special flood zone areas do we have?
So technically it would be 3, and we've got help here. So we would have the 500-year flood, we would have the A and AE, those 3 zones.
Yeah, I've never seen anything here that comes across, even with, I think Matthew and Irma were some of the bigger storms that came our way, where you saw Blacks Creek was up, cresting, I think 12 to 15 feet, and it took out homes, but I don't remember anything like that here.
So historically speaking, you would be right, that the natural thought would be near a waterway, a river, a coastline, but our $8 million worth of projects right now from Hurricane Debbie demonstrate exactly the kind of the opposite of that, where we received all that damage. It was definitely either stormwater runoff or excessive rain. But Hurricane Debbie is what kind of brought this whole thing to a focus, because we had the damage and then recognized only then that we didn't do any substantial damage assessments or substantial damage estimates. And you weren't here at the last meeting, but ultimately that's one of the trigger questions for eligibility in the big FEMA scheme of things. And there was a serious concern on our part that because we had not done that NFIP function and the floodplain administration function, that we were in danger of losing the funding for those projects.
But we can make that a part of our process, that we review a little more stringently, as opposed to having to become proactive code enforcement.
I don't think there's any expectation on the part of the state to become proactive. I think the state's saying if you're going to be reactive, you're still got to demonstrate how you are enforcing your code.
So what do we need to do right now? We go to, what is the next steps that we need to do to ensure that we are compliant? That's what I'm still not.
Probably develop a policy so that our building inspector and so that the building department reviews whether or not there's substantial remodel or substantial damages determinations, in order to make sure that you then go check for your floodplain compliance.
But that's what we're doing right now, right?
And if I can just give a little bit of
Yes.
clarification there. So when we go through every structure that is permitted now, we check that data now.
As of
it is
now,
permitted.
but you haven't been doing that.
We have been, at least for the last 3 years since I've been there, it is on our permit form. Every permit that is submitted, we are checking if it is in the flood zone, and if it is a new structure being built, if it's going to be in a flood zone or near a flood zone, they have to go through the process for an elevation certificate and things like that. The issue is people are having storm damage and they're not permitting the damage. So
we don't
They're
know
not
about-
permitting
we don't
the repairs
know.
of the damage.
Yes, they're not
We
permitting
don't
the
know what we don't know.
repairs.
Yeah.
And so if they're not
And we're also,
permitting,
but
if
we
they're
also,
not aware.
after storms, we're also never going and inspecting the things
So
in
we're
accordance
not-
with the floodplain requirements as well. So while they're not permitting them, we're also not doing our part with inspecting, and I think that's where the rub comes with
Yes,
FEMA.
that's where the thing is finding that middle ground, how we can, we don't want to run into we're self-reporting this damage. So how do we?
And that's where the contractor comes into play, where we just went over LaDonna's budget this afternoon. Was the contract that we were asking for is specific to do that. And so that also, like I shared with emergency management staff, so the requirement of a third party person activating the code enforcement process is allowable. So if we go through this 1206 contractor for this damage assessment, we pay them as a contract, as a vendor. they can issue code enforcement violations requests. So regardless if we're proactive or reactive or that argument, by having a third-party vendor, it solves that problem on both doing the damage assessments and how we report it to code enforcement.
When-
That's how we get that's how we get that information.
Right, so there's an end to it. It's in funding in a new budget cycle.
Which
Okay.
was the $50,000 request.
Correct.
Be cautious there too when you're talking about 1206, because 1206 is a very specific time period. So it's from declaration to
Right.
120 days after landfall.
Right.
So in other words, they're only going to take care of those inspections and the damage assessments and the damage estimates that occur after landfall.
And
That's
that
correct.
120-day period, we are eligible for reimbursement from FEMA for that effort.
That's
However, throughout all the other times of the year, outside of that damage area, we are still supposed to have certain events or let me ask it differently. There's still times that we are supposed to, after major storms and things, go in and do all these inspections of these floodplains to see if there was damage. Am I right?
Yes, sir.
Right.
In fact, it's required to inspect it annually,
And we did.
whether or not there is.
Whether there's a flood or not, and we have not been doing that. Am I correct?
So last year we did, but it was not documented.
How did we do that, LaDonna?
We did kind of a window view. Is that kind of how you did?
Windshield surface?
Yes. So
Well,
we
the-
were riding through the area. It was not documented. It was
Well,
not
all
done
I remember from the
properly.
last meeting was
It was
we
not
could,
done properly.
all I can tell you from the last meeting, we don't even know how many dwelling units and how
But
many
we do.
locations.
We do.
Well, the last meeting we were told we didn't. So with all due respect, if we knew that, we shouldn't have been told we don't know if you didn't have it. But we were told last meeting that we don't even know how many that we've got to do. In this meeting, we're being told that y'all did a windshield survey, but didn't document it.
So what we had been working on, that list was a list of addresses within that area, within those areas. So what we done after storms last year, we were going through those areas as a whole. So not necessarily address by address, but we went through those areas as a whole.
So we drove through to look to see if we saw anything.
Yes.
That's what we're saying.
Yes. Yes.
But we didn't document anything, and what I'm hearing is if we went through those as a whole and no documentation, we apparently didn't find anything anywhere.
There was no documentation on structures.
Okay.
There was no documentation
So
on structures.
so let's kind of come back and get back on the topic for a second. So what is it we need to try to do to get back in compliance? We need to put together a policy, a direction, a standard operating procedure, whatever to.
That's what it sounds like.
Yeah,
What's
we
that?
need- We just need
That's
some
what it
clear
sounds like.
direction on how we do that substantial
And
damage
who needs to
assessment
provide you the
without-
clear direction? I mean, your office is the one that has to deal with this and
So
do this.
we're doing the permitting side of things now. We need some direction on how to do that substantial damage assessment and not be looked at as if we are self-reporting any damage that we see.
And so who needs to give you that direction is what I'm trying to understand. We say
Somebody
we need
that's emailed
direction.
and
Who
provided.
gives direction on this process?
It's the county, because it's.
We
the
are
way
the county,
is
so
operated.
somebody at the county's got to decide
Well, you can
who it
decide
is.
as the director to do that on your own. Like, who's the floodplain administrator for ours?
I am.
Okay, then you can decide as part of those roles what you're gonna do in that capacity.
So we can decide that that's not self-reporting by us doing that.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's not the direction I had understood before, so that's why.
But we would
that's-
You're not
enforce it
making
through code
complaints.
enforcement.
Right, but you're not making complaints, you're going out and you're finding whether or not there are certain structures that trigger floodplain elevation issues, so that, and then you can have a list of places so that when they come in, or if they come in, for a permit, then you know that area is gonna have a problem.
But part of the problem is that when they don't come in for a permit, we have no way of enforcing that, and that's part of the frustration with FDM is that we can't show that.
So if we ride
Because
through
we can't report it
Yeah,
until
but
we have a
there's
contract.
there's other ways that happen. So like, I know Clay County has a list of similar streets, roads, places that have problems. And then I know that when someone goes to buy a house, the title company notices when they do their title search that they're in the flood area, and then they ask, this hurricane came through, did you have any damage? And then the home inspector confirms, oh yeah, everything here looks brand new. Then they go check for permits. So there's other mechanisms that show, that kind of give you those answers.
But those
Okay,
aren't
I'm-
gonna fit within that time frame that we need
So
Can-
let me
can-
back, so we have two, I'm gonna try to split your question and give you as clear an answer as I can. The first thing we need to do is figure out where this requirement is coming from that we cannot self-report, because it's not anywhere in the ordinance, it's nowhere in the state statutes.
And I'm-
That's the first thing.
and-
The second part of that is, I want to be clear that the damage assessments is one thing to be handled by the 1206, but we have to demonstrate that code enforcement compliance outside of those times where we have disasters. So both need to happen, and I don't believe we are at this time at that level with our permitting process.
I'm going to suggest staff get together, coordinate with you what we need, and get something drafted for us. We've been on this subject for quite some time now, and we're turning a commission meeting into a workshop again on something because we're not knowing what we need to do. And this is one, we can't say, I need direction. We got to know who's got to give direction. It can't be the county. We are the county. We are the county. What is it that we're not doing that we need to do to get compliant with FEMA? Because we are going to continue to get FEMA dollars.
Absolutely.
So figure out how to get us FEMA dollars.
Mr.
And if we're not compliant, let's figure out how to get compliant.
Commissioner, for this simple reason, and I think we can move on, I called a meeting tomorrow morning, 10 o'clock, at the sheriff's office for all people involved with floodplain management, whoever wanted to come to be at the meeting tomorrow to nip this thing in the butt, because I'm tired of talking about it. And I'm hoping that all the invitations that we sent out, that people will show up tomorrow. Just for the simple fact that we can find out who does what, when we need to get it done, and how we need to get it done. And that's going to be part of my spiel tonight. Tomorrow is basically what you said tonight. So you kind of got a start on it. But I think we beat this horse to death. And tomorrow, we're not going to be beating to death. We're going to come out of that meeting with some solutions. So if you're scared of solutions, you probably don't want to be at the meeting tomorrow. But we go as a county, and this thing is deep. It involves, and I'm not saying none of these people are not doing their job. It involves the clerk of the courts, the superintendent, even the supervisor of elections is in this with this FEMA. So that everybody plays a part. It ain't just one or two people, it's everybody. We just need because I'm gonna tell you what, it's just a matter of time before Baker County is Mayo when the big storm hits. And we ain't gonna have our ducks in a row. Because it's a he said, she said, and I sit here and listen to this one ain't done that. I don't want to listen to that anymore. I want resolution and solution. Proactive. I don't like being reactive. I know that you have to be reactive when they come in, they bring you a permit. Believe me, I'm a contractor. I have to say if they're in a flood zone, I gotta be a foot above the elevation. And I've been doing that through the Baker County since 20 years ago. I built a house on the river, and the first thing he asked me is, you gotta build it a foot above flood state. And it cost me a bunch of money. So the county's been doing their part on that part since I've been in business with the county. But there's a lot of things we're all falling short on when it comes to floodplain management and getting ready for FEMA. I think they got some crazy rules. I think a lot of them over there don't know what they want. But that's neither here nor there. The thing is, if you want to get their money, this is what you got to do. And we need to get there as a county. And it ain't going to happen in 6 months. It ain't going to happen in 1 month. I think hiring someone to come in and to help us with the floodplain management is one of the smart moves. But I don't think that's going to be the only hire. There's people who specialize in this stuff. And when we get finished with the meeting tomorrow, we need to be starting to look in and how we can help ourselves and who we can hire to help us. Because we don't want to be where we're sitting here and we can't get any reimbursement from FEMA, and we spend $4 million out of our reserves and we have no money because we can't get none of it back. So tomorrow, that's what the meeting is. This is a precursor to the meeting. So tomorrow, I want the people that was sent the letter out from the board. I sent it through Dennis, but it's from me. Because we got to nip this thing in the butt, and there's no more he said, she said, he didn't do, I didn't do. It's where are we gonna go from tomorrow? Are we gonna solve the problem, or are we gonna sit here and point fingers? What does this board need to do? I'm gonna find that out tomorrow, and I guarantee you, this board is gonna do what we're supposed to do. But we need the same thing from every constitutional and every staff member that is involved in this to get FEMA ready, because it's just a short time before we're really gonna need them. And believe me, we don't wanna turn away, Commissioner Bennett says all the time, we don't wanna turn away any money. We need it too bad. So enough of the he said, she said stuff. He didn't do it, she didn't say this and said. I'm done with that. I want resolution and solution, and I'm gonna get that tomorrow. So, and I still got a long night ahead of me tonight, so I'm gonna cut this off, because we're not getting anywhere.
And we don't mean to shoot the messenger, so
We're-
thank you for the message.
He knows
This is
what-
part
he
of it,
knows
just to
what
make
I'm
sure
talking
we
about.
understand there's a frustration level, but it's not our intention to shoot the messenger for telling us, making it a point that it's not resolved, but I agree, it needs to get resolved.
And we're gonna, the first step of resolving it is gonna be tomorrow, and then after tomorrow, there's no more he said or she said. It's what have we got to do as a group? And whatever this board has to do to help get us into that situation where FEMA comes in here and says, y'all doing the right thing, that's where we need to be. And I don't care how long it takes or what we got to do to get there, we need to do it as a team and not against each other. And that's for me too, because I'm one of about he said and she said, so forget that. After tomorrow's a new day. We're gonna start tomorrow, and we're gonna get this FEMA thing knocked out. I have confidence, and we got the greatest staff, and I brag about y'all all the time, Tallahassee, everywhere I go.
We're definitely not shooting the messenger because you have a gun. So I'm going to make a motion that we table this till next meeting until we get that figured out.
Second.
We'll go from there.
Second.
The last of my updates,
Wait, we've got a motion and a second on the floor.
Because that was an action item.
The question I have, is this an update, is this for, do we need, or just information? This is not an action item, so we really don't need a second.
I will withdraw my second.
The plan was the action item.
The
Senate Bill 180 compliance.
This plan is gonna be reviewed tomorrow in our meeting, so I would rather table this and then move it. And that, okay,
Yes.
so this was the action item.
The motion to table it till next meeting.
Okay,
And I'll second that motion to table to the next meeting.
all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. And we're gonna move on.
last two updates I have for you. The first one is the meeting that's going on at the same time this meeting is going on, that several of you gave me tentatives. That workshop will ultimately, hopefully, help us get some of those interns and positions in here to help us with these technical and certified positions. So just to let you know, that was going on as well. And the last thing for you, Chairman, is I have a 100% acceptance rate for everyone I sent the invitation to on your behalf has responded in the affirmative that they'll be there.
Well, I'm glad, and I'm hoping we can have a great meeting, and I have confidence that we will. I've already talked to a couple of them. They've come to me, and so it's already moving in a positive way. I haven't heard nothing negative, so it's good. Well, thank you.
Questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, where are we at?
Number 6.
Number 6, RFQ 2025-06, Box Culvert Award.
So who wants to talk about FEMA?
Let's keep rolling. Come on.
Don't get me started.
RFP 2506 is for County Road 23A box culvert. This is damage from Hurricane Debbie that we are deep in the throes of FEMA processes on. We received proposals from several firms. You'll see that on your second sheet, GCU, Henson, and Coxwell. After the RFP eval team has looked at this over, we have ranked J.D. Henson Company as the #1 ranked firm and recommend award of RFP 2025-06 to J.D. Henson Company.
And for this is for what?
This is for the 23A box culvert replacement.
For what are they doing?
They're going to repair the damage.
Are they designing or are they constructing?
They're constructing.
So help me understand, we got two items on here. An RFQ is a request for qualifications.
That is an error on your agenda page. It's an RFP,
Well-
2025-06.
Well, item 6, item 8,
Yes,
item
sir.
10, all are RFQs.
They are not. They were advertised as RFPs. That's an error on your agenda page that I did not catch until we got to this point.
And so the item 6 is an award,
Yes, sir.
and item is award for doing the construction, you said.
Yes, sir.
But yet the very next item is,
That is the contract between us and JD Henson. We're doing an award under one motion and a contract under the second.
for the same thing.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Okay. Any further questions on RFP 2025-06?
Move to approve RFP 2025-06 as requested.
Second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Number 7, contract award
Yes, sir.
23A.
This is the accompanying contract with JD Henson Company for RFP 2025-06 for the 23A Box Culvert Project. We have reviewed this at length with the team and to make sure that all of the contract language is in place and what FEMA would require. They had a lot of changes to our contract, but we've incorporated all of those. And if you'll see what Article 2 lists, this is specific to what FEMA is requiring. The amount is there. The repair to pre-existing conditions is $1,073,536, and the repair with mitigation is $1,125,000. Obviously, we've got those options. They have required us to keep those options in there like that. And that does not mean we're doing both. It's one or the other. But that is the language that they have required us to do on that. Again, these are just to continue to move us through our FEMA process. We'll have a lot more conversations about these later on. But if you'll see, the very last page is your Section 5, your price analysis that supports that as well. But again, the staff recommends this contract with JD Henson for the 23A box culvert work.
And,
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
and to follow up, this money is coming 100% from FEMA?
No,
No.
sir.
How-
It will not. That's what our match waiver that we were working through the process will be part of.
Current numbers as of this afternoon, they're still tentative numbers because it won't be finalized until the contract comes through. FEMA did approve $158,000 as far as that mitigation side goes. And so FEMA's share of this with the mitigation for Debbie only is going to be somewhere around $158,000.
And the
This
rest
is
is,
the one that had the pre-existing damage.
and this is the one that the county's gonna have to be on the hook for the rest of it?
Yes, sir.
And where was that funding coming from?
To be determined at this point. So this
Well,
is just moving
no,
us-
it's not to be determined. We're not approving something if we don't know where the money's coming from.
We have to have a funding source for those, and that's part of the process that we're working on. But we can't get to the next steps in those processes until we have these contracts in place. So
If we know FEMA is gonna fund $158,000, and we got about $1 million we gotta come up with,
yes, sir.
before I approve a contract obligating it, I wanna know where's it coming from.
We can't answer those questions yet.
And then we can't approve a contract for something that we don't know, obligate for something we don't know where the money's coming from.
Yes, sir. I understand that. This is where we're kind of in a catch-22 with some of these, because all of these FEMA processes is going to require us to pay these in advance and then get reimbursement. So we are going to have to go through some type of disaster loan program or a program with our bank. So we cannot get to the next step. This is out of the norm on what we would normally do our contract processes, but this is what the next step is for us. This contract can always be rescinded later in time should the board choose not to move forward or we have issues with that, but I can't get to the next step without doing these tonight.
So let me ask a question, because I'm kind of lost on this. If FEMA, right now, they're only approving 100 and whatever it is.
Yes, sir.
So this does not guarantee they're gonna come back and pay this, does it?
No, sir.
Yeah, I have a big problem. Where's the $1 million coming from?
Yeah, we have that same problem, but this is the
I
process
don't-
that we've got,
I mean,
like.
how can
Dennis-
FEMA
yeah.
even expect us anybody to do this, but especially a small
So what
county.
Dennis just
That
talked
makes
about in
sense.
his update is we have until the 15th of this month to take those from estimates to true numbers, and that's what gets us to the true numbers is these documents tonight. So if we don't do this, then we are gonna lose our opportunity to move forward at all.
And can't
So-
get along without those true numbers.
Yes. So I understand that in our normal process, this is very backwards from how we normally handle it. But again, this has been a very convoluted process, and this is the next step. If we don't do this next step, then there is no further step. So like I said, we could always come back and talk about these contracts at a later date or rescind them depending upon funding from FEMA and all of those questions that we have.
Right.
But we can't move forward without this.
Is this our standard contract language, or is this
It is
something?
standard and had been revised to include what FEMA will require their language.
And I see nothing in here about a clause for termination of agreement.
I think it's towards the end.
There's a term of agreement, a duration and extensions, and a continuation of services, but I see nothing in here that gives us the ability to terminate this agreement without a penalty. Don't see anything where we have the right to terminate it, period, let alone terminate it with a penalty or without one.
The very last 7.4, this agreement expires or is terminated. So it talks about, so it's got some language, this was revised so many times, I apologize, our normal standard contract, I could point you right to it, but it went through so many revisions, I would have to read over it again to make sure.
I would like to point out to the board that this was that project from the very beginning because it was pre-Debbie that we were going to be on the hook for that. I forwarded each of the commissioners this week a funding opportunity through Commerce for rural Florida.
Right.
That's one of those things that I would recommend that maybe the county take a look at for funding for this particular project, since there's a lion's share that was falling on the county.
I do not disagree with all that. What I'm having a heartburn with tonight is moving forward with approving a contract to obligate us to over $1 million, and we don't even have an idea of the funding source, and we don't have, in this case, unless I'm mistaken, I don't even see an ability here to terminate. Rich, can you add a clause in here to terminate with a 2 weeks notice at no additional cost, and only pay whatever his actual expenses have occurred with documentation?
So we could, that's actually part of the contract that we used to use. I don't know what happened to that.
And part of this too is a notice to proceed would never be issued if there's no funding for it. So that's part of the conversations that we had as well. There's some language about a notice to proceed.
Well, if he's got to do work in the next 2 weeks, he's going to have a notice to proceed.
No, sir, we just have to input these contracts into our FEMA portal, basically, in the next 2 weeks. Not work has to start. We just have to move from estimates to firm numbers, and contracts are what they are requiring us to show the actual numbers, not estimates.
Okay, so who's doing the work to get the actual numbers? Who does that to get?
This is the actual numbers, and emergency management and our contract staff will load
So
this into the FEMA portal.
This contractor is going to do work.
No, sir. This contractor is doing no work until we give him a notice to proceed.
How's he getting the final numbers? We just said we got to get the final numbers over the next 2 weeks. Is J.D. Henson going to be doing the work to get the final numbers?
His bid is the final number.
So this is the final number we're having to submit to FEMA, and the only way they'll accept this final number from the contractor and from the county is through a contract.
Correct.
And if we decide not to issue a notice of proceed,
Correct.
which would void this contract would be null and void because the contractor can't proceed without a notice of proceed. But the only way FEMA will accept this final number is through contract.
Correct.
Is what you're saying.
And specifically what they're looking for is that scope of work.
So
That's
right.
correct.
Okay.
Rich, can you add a clause into these for termination?
We can, just go back to the one we used to have.
I'm good with proceeding with this if we have a termination clause in there, because we're not going to issue a notice to proceed, but we also have the ability, if we don't issue it, we can terminate it, and he has no claim to it whatsoever. So with that modification, I'm okay with proceeding with it, because until we know where the funding is coming forward, there should be no notice to proceed issued until we know how we're going to pay it.
Correct.
All right, I've written with or without termination, with or without cause termination for convenience, that used to be part of all of our contracts. I also wrote a standard contract addendum.
That is what this was based on,
Okay.
and then
The standard contract addendum has a lot of other things, including the sovereign immunity waiver, has the public records requirements and those things.
I'm glad to put a motion on the table whenever we're ready, but my motion on the table is to move forward with a contract that has those clauses in it.
With amendments.
With the amendments, whatever we need into it to ensure that we have the ability to terminate and not have any penalty, any fees, any costs, anything associated with it. And if that should meet the requirements of FEMA, it does not obligate us until we know where the money is, and no notice to proceed is to be issued until we know how this is going to be funded. I'm glad to put that motion on the floor.
Because this is one project out of the three that we got to figure out where we're getting the money for.
Exactly, they're all three the
So
same.
this is the first one at $915,000 that we're gonna have to come up with. So I agree with Commissioner Bennett on this. We need to figure out where we're going to get it
So we have to pay them in
before.
advance, regardless of FEMA's reimbursement
Right.
on it.
We have to pay the contractor in advance when the work is done.
Correct.
I would clarify what you just said. This is the only project where FEMA is not looking at paying for the entire thing.
Okay.
All the
That's
other
what the
projects,
$900,000 is on us,
Well, yeah,
the
okay.
other obligation.
all the other
Right.
projects, the entire.
They're gonna pay for the entirety of it.
Fantastic.
But we still have to front
We
it.
have to pay it
That's
first.
correct.
And I just look.
This is where we're at.
Right.
We can take the $158,000 and help fix the road on 23A. The county is obligated to fix that road no matter what. The road is in bad shape. What we don't want to do is push this can down the road and something happen to that road, which it might not in my lifetime, but in somebody's lifetime, collapse. So the thing is, we need to fix it, and we need to figure out a way to fix it. I don't feel like, and I'm with Commissioner Bennett, giving away free money. If we can spend 1.2 million and fix it, or we can spend 900,000 and fix it. It's got to be fixed. We can't not fix it.
Right.
But I agree with the chance to get out of the contract. And FEMA is against anybody having their contract not to be able to get out of a contract. They got a problem. So I think that Commissioner Bennett is right. We should have the option. What happens if we get somewhere and we can't get the $900,000? We should be able to get out of that contract. This board does not want to hold the county liable for $900,000 we don't have the funding for. So I would agree we ought to have the opportunity to get out of it. And with the amendment, I would be glad to support this too. Without the amendment, I would not.
So you got a motion in a second, right?
I make a motion. I made the motion.
I made the second.
I have a motion second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. And with the amendment, does the board give this chair authority to sign without another meeting, or do we need to bring it back before the board?
They authorized it, so you can sign it.
Okay, thank you. So we need to get that project moving. Okay, next item on the agenda. Numbers, let's see, I'm on number 8 now. We're moving right on down the line. RFQP 10 award, Steel Bridge Road.
Yes, sir. RFP 2025-10 is for Steel Bridge Road. Again, this is the exact same scenario as our previous conversations. We did seek proposals. We were able to get 3 of those. The RFP team reviewed and ranked those proposals, and they do recommend this project of Steel Bridge Road to JB Coxwell Contracting Incorporated. Staff recommends award as well.
And this is 100% covered by FEMA. Or is county, how much money did the county look on the hook for this one?
If we get our match waiver.
So as it stands now, FEMA
I'm talking about as it stands now.
FEMA is considering their 75% of the number that we propose once it's validated.
So what is the total contract cost? Where's my calculator, people?
That's on the next item. 1.997.
1,997,439.
So give me a 25% cost of that, so the county could be liable
Almost $2 million.
for 25.
$2 million.
25% is $500,000, not $2 million.
Yeah.
500,000.
No, the total cost was just shy of $2 million.
Right, but 25% is 500.
There's going to need to be some significant conversation between the contractor and the county on this project.
Okay, so-
before the numbers are settled.
Okay, so let me ask you something. The actual project cost, $2 million. If we get a waiver, doesn't mean the project cost goes down,
No, sir.
and it doesn't mean the contractor is going to go up. It just means that the FEMA will, if the price is $2 million and we get a waiver for 25%, it means FEMA's going to pay 1.5 million. And we
FEMA's
still
gonna-
have to pay 500,000.
Yeah, it's correct. The waiver means the state is going to pay the other 25%.
They pay 25% or they pay 12.5 and we pay 12.5?
12.5% is the standard for fiscally constrained rural counties. We asked for a waiver of the additional 12.5%, which would take us to zero. State would have 25% of the waiver and 75% FEMA.
So either way, right now FEMA's going to pay 1.5 million. The state's going to pay 250,000. We'd still be on the hook for 250,000 unless we get the waiver.
Correct.
We'd be on the hook
waiver.
for we'd be on the hook for 12.5% of the total, whatever the total.
250 grand.
Yes.
249.
We don't have to apply for the first 12.5%. We get that automatically as a fiscally
But
constrained
we still
rural
could be
county.
$250,000 on this project. That's done, so my same concern is make sure we have an agreement in here that we could have the ability to terminate if we can't find the money. We got to find money before we approve contracts.
So make the
Yes, sir.
same motion with the amendment.
Well, let's do the award of RFP 2025-10 first, and then the contract is the next item.
Okay. You need a motion to award,
2025-10 to JB Cox.
there you go, 2025-10 to JB Coxwell
With amendment.
with amendments.
So the contract has the
No,
amendment.
contract.
This is
This is
just
the
Contract,
award.
I'm sorry.
I'll second that motion for the award.
I'm sorry. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign.
I'll make the same motion for this contract to be approved with the amendments as we discussed for termination and so forth. That's my motion.
Second.
Motion second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Okay. Item number 10, award Turner Cemetery Bridge.
Yes, sir. Same thing. This is for RFP 2025-11. This is for the Turner Cemetery Bridge repair and replacement due to Hurricane Debbie. Again, we were in receipt of 3 different proposals. Our ranking committee reviewed those and ranked Gulf Coast Underground LLC as the recommendation for the award of this project.
And this is to install box covers.
Yes.
What's the pleasure of the board? What is the amount? 800? I've seen it one.
$827,570.
Which would put us at 12.5. 12% on that. What's my calculator count?
He's working.
I'm doing something else.
Oh, I'm sorry. Waiting on me.
Which one is it?
You want to know the
27 about
The difference.
200.
I want to run at the end. I'm asking for the total on all 3 combined.
Our 12.5%.
Well, we would
on this
owe-
one's about 100,000.
yeah.
There should be 3 total.
I got
We can go ahead and
915,
move forward with the
500.
amendment if I can get a motion.
Yeah. And then what would be our on the 827,570. And the next one.
Times 0.25.
Can I get a
That's 206.
motion
I
on this?
move we approve the contract award of Steel Bridge Road.
Turner
With
Cemetery.
amendments. No,
Move-
wait till the
move-
contract.
RFP 25-11 for Turner
Turner Cemetery.
I need a
Yes.
second.
I'll second.
Motion second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. A contract award for Turner Cemetery with amendments. I know y'all tired, but
So moved.
I need some
Second.
moves and seconds up here. Motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All All those opposed, same sign.
She's got this. This
Motion
is
carries.
12.5 and 12.5.
Right, yeah, that's right.
Commissioner Mobley, can you give me the running total of what we need for?
So for the first one with Henson, the county will be on the hook for $915,000.
915.
The one to JB Coxwell, I believe that was Steel Bridge. The 12.5% that we're not 100% guaranteed on would be $249,000.
Okay.
The last one, whoever Gulf Coast Underground, the 12.5% of that will be 103 for a total of 1.267.
Thank you, sir. Moving our next item on the agenda, item number 12, which is BCFR Medical Director Contract. Commissioner Bennett.
Yes, sir. Thank you. I appreciate the item on the agenda. I brought this up 3 weeks ago today at our meeting, and it was is my intent and interest and desire to, instead of renewing the same contract we've had for 10 plus years with the current medical director, to seek a change in medical directors here in Baker County. I've had conversations with the current one, Dr. Spindell. I think he's done a fine job for us over the years. But I also have a concern that we can have a better care for individuals, for our residents here in this county. And I don't think we can get that level of care with the current setup. The current medical director, again, he is remote. He is not here. He does not routinely visit the county. He does provide direction when needed and when asked or when invoked to provide comments and things. And so I've reached out to him on a couple times. He's been responsive whenever I do raise concerns or questions to address them. But he's not here. And I don't think we're getting the level of care that we could get for our citizens here by having someone local that's being able to do it. And so it is my intent, the current medical director's contract is scheduled to come up for renewal. Each time it's come up in the past, it's typically put on consent agenda. It was 2 years ago when it come through. I made notifications early enough along so we could begin a process and have the conversation and dialogue for a change for that. This one is currently scheduled to renew for October 1st as well. I was going back because there's a lot of focus on why. What's the reason? Why do I want to see a change? And I'm going to go back to, I believe, the basic care that we should be providing could be greatly improved by having a local person serve as our medical director. What does the medical director do? They do not do day-to-day administrative efforts. They do not give direction administratively to anything that's happening. They are the ones that gives medical guidance to how EMS should run, what medical action should be taken, make sure protocols are taking place medically, and ensuring staff meets medical requirements, minimums for their services. They provide direct medical oversight, the direct medical oversight. Where I'm having concern is somebody local can have much more direct oversight versus indirect. We currently have very much indirect. It provides a lot of direct interaction if we have somebody local with our EMS staff. I'm going to go back and say I truly believe our EMS staff, EMTs, paramedics, they went into the business because they want to help. They want to do a good job. We need to give them the resources to make certain they can do the best. And having somebody local, I think, can provide a much better job than where we currently have. It provides continuous interaction with our EMS staff if we have somebody local. We don't have that today. There is very little involvement, very little interaction with the current medical director. That is not how you have medical oversight, in my opinion. That's no different than you managing a project in South Florida, directing folks there to manage them, and you never go down to see who they are, what they're doing, what the qualifications, how they do it, nothing. Same thing you managing roofing projects. It's, if you never see who's doing it, you never have an interaction with them, I don't know how you can effectively have oversight if you are so remote that you never do that. Chief Nelson and I had a lengthy conversation last evening. I appreciated his time and effort on this. I've had a conversation with Assistant Chief Blanton about a week and a half or so ago. And the impetus for this purpose is, I believe we can do much better. I believe our citizens can get a much better level of care than where we're current at. It gives a much more direct chance of hands-on. In my conversation with Chief Nelson last night, my question was, how often does Dr. Spindell, the current medical director, physically come to Baker County? Once every 6 meetings that are held quarterly. That means he comes to Baker County about once every year and a half. I have a hard time believing that you can really have very much oversight if you don't ever see the actual actions, the activities, or know who the staff is. And I just don't think that that's the best way to do business here. And as I continue to get deeper and deeper into concerns with how it's handled and get phone calls, because when we get a lot of phone calls about roads, and I promise you we get them all about roads, this is where I've been getting too many phone calls about lately from citizens. And so, to me, we can have a much better care if we have somebody local here serving as our medical director. So doing my research, and you can go do it, I Googled benefits of a local EMS medical director. And I'm not going to read the whole thing, but I'm going to read you some highlights. A local EMS medical director provides crucial oversight, guidance, and leadership to ensure high-quality emergency medical care is delivered to the community. They play a vital role in training, protocol development, quality assurance, and advocating for both the needs of patients and EMS personnel. How do you do that if you're never here? I'll tell you, I don't think you do. I went through, again, you can Google it, enhanced patient care, support of EMS personnel. There's a whole list of things that can go on. And to me, we need to focus on improving care. I think this has been viewed as I'm trying to do something punitive, to hurt somebody, to go against something. No, this ain't punitive. This is about trying to do, in my mind, what is better for the county. And I believe this is a much better approach. There's been discussions as well, so I'm going to go ahead and nip this in the bud as well, about potential conflicts of interest and what they are. And I'm going to address those because I've asked, and Dr. Barker is here in the back, and Dr. Barker works here with the hospital. He is a, I may get the terms correct or incorrect, board certified emergency room physician. He is board certified in emergency medicine, working in emergency rooms. He works here at the hospital a number of nights a week. He oversees the actual doctors group that is contracted here with the local hospital. And he's who I'd like to put forth as the new medical director for that. But he is a very active guy, and he serves as medical director in other counties, as well as he has his own ambulance service up in Georgia. And I know concerns have been raised about a potential conflict of interest. First of all, what he does in Georgia has absolutely nothing to do here. I've heard there's concerns about direction on providing mutual aid to other locations. The medical director does not have anything to do with contracting for mutual aid. That is between government to government. That's not a conflict. I've heard concerns about the issue of him being medical director in other counties, as well as the potential of a conflict because he works at the ER. Dr. Spindell, who's been our medical director for years, has been the medical director for 6 or 7 different counties simultaneously, and for a long period there also worked in an ER for which he was the medical director for the EMS for that same county. We didn't have an issue with that. I'm simply saying, pointing out the fact that I want to address the issues of conflicts and concerns with that, because to me, I don't believe that's a conflict. I will tell you, there's many other doctors. Dr. Elias serves as the JFRD's medical director. He also works in a hospital at Baptist downtown, where JFRD brings patients as well. You got Dr. Miles Nelson. He was the medical director for Taylor County. He also worked in the local hospital. You got Dr. Bethesda, St. John's medical director. He's also a physician. You got him over and over and over in just about every county. Just about every medical director there is works in a local hospital as well, and many times the same area that they provide the medical director services. So I don't see that there's a conflict because they're a medical director in the county by which they would serve, also work in a hospital. I'm gonna come back to where my focus is. I believe we can have improved care. And I'm going to continue to push to try to make sure that's the case, because I believe it's deserved. We've asked, and they're here tonight, we've got Dr. Barker, and I'm going to ask him to come up and talk a little bit, and share a little bit about himself, as well as address the issue of potential conflicts, because I want you to hear it from him, not just from me sitting here saying it. We've got the Chief Nursing Officer here as well, and I'm going to get it wrong, Ms. Cheryl Kennedy, head with the ER as well. They see the interaction. They know Dr. Barker. They've seen his interaction as well, and they're glad to provide any insights or questions you might have with them as well. But I would ask Dr. Barker if he would come up and at least introduce himself, a little bit about your background and what it is, as well as please, if you would like to share your perspectives on potential conflicts and if that's a concern or not.
Yes, sir. Thanks, Commissioner Bennett. I appreciate the board's time and letting me speak. Well, you have my name. My name is Grant Barker. I'm a board-certified emergency physician. I'm also the emergency medical director and president of the physicians group that staffs the emergency services at Ed Frazier Memorial Hospital. We are independent contractors, and providing medical direction services for the emergency department is part of this role. In terms of my professional qualifications, I went to the University of Florida for my undergraduate. I was a firefighter and EMT in Putnam County during this time. After that, I went to the University of Miami for medical school, and I did my residency in emergency medicine at the University of Florida, Jacksonville. And I've achieved my board certification in 2023. In terms of outside of this, I'm extensively published in the field of sepsis, which is a type of critical illness research, and I've been a peer reviewer for several large medical journals. And I have expertise specifically in appraising evidence-based care and implementing that from those roles. During my training, for some reasons I won't bore you with, I vowed that I would become the medical director at Ed Frazier someday, and I've had a personal interest in the health of this county. I was able to achieve that in 2024 when my group started providing services. I've worked along a lot of wonderful people, a lot of wonderful paramedics, and met a lot of wonderful people in the community. In addition to these activities, I do have some disclosures. I'm the medical director for LifeFlight Jacksonville North, along with which LifeFlight Jacksonville South is another physician who does work at Ed Frazier. I'm also the medical director for Columbia County EMS. And I'm the co-owner of an ambulance service in Georgia with about 40 employees, and we provide interfacility transports for several large health systems. In terms of what an EMS medical director does, the state of Florida is very explicit about this. You can Google 64J. There's an area of the Florida statutes. I've sort of summarized the list. briefly develop standing orders and protocols, quality assurance, medication oversight, assuming responsibility for medical procedures, ensuring EMS provider licensing and credentialing, ensuring compliance with state transport guidelines, and participating in at least 10 hours of direct contact time with field providers per year. The required qualifications in the state of Florida are to be a licensed MD or DO. That's really the only qualification. The American Board of Emergency Medicine and the American Academy of Emergency Medicine recommends that they be a physician board certified in emergency medicine. Addressing my role with the hospital, as you know, I'm an independent contractor. It's very clear in our duties that we're not acting as agents of the hospital, or there's no warranty or joint venture or partnership. And in regards to this, I've always made it clear that I'm here for the patients. That's why I came here. That's why I came to Baker County, and I'm here for the patients, and that's who takes priority. Since starting in 2024, my group's seen 19,930 patients as of August 4th. I've seen 4,548 of them. That's nearly a quarter of all emergency medical contacts that happen in this county. That's the highest in the group, and I would challenge you to find someone with a more intimate knowledge of the emergency medical needs of people in this county. The National Association of EMS Physicians and their position statement strongly supports local EMS directors with expertise in the environment in which the EMS service response occurs. And I would say that this suffices that criteria. Obviously, as Commissioner Bennett said, this does provide very regular, on a daily basis, direct medical oversight of EMS providers. In terms of concerns about transfers to and from the hospital involving Baker County Fire and Rescue, as we've seen in 64J, which is the medical director authority is laid out by the state of Florida, it's limited only to pretty much medical oversight and quality assurance. 64J also handles licensing, trauma destinations, a lot of other features of EMS law in Florida. In terms of transferring to the hospital, would I say divert patients that need to go to Baptist or a trauma center and send them in for Frazier instead? One, we can't take care of them, and that would look very poorly on us as physicians because we don't have a trauma surgeon there, but 64J explicitly governs these transport destinations. It's in terms of trauma, stroke, and STEMI patients, which are the things that we can't handle. It would be against Florida law for me to say that. Additionally, in terms of two, let's say we're really busy, and I tell them, hey, you get out of here. It's a violation of federal law. It's called EMTALA, the Emergency Medical Treatment and Active Labor Act. It's a $100,000 fine on the physician and the hospital, and you can lose your Medicare credentialing, which is about 60% of patients. So pretty much you can't practice medicine. So I would not violate that. In terms of transfer from the hospital, in terms of me forcing one or having any sort of authority there, as we clearly laid out in 64J, that's not part of my powers imbued by the state of Florida and the board. And additionally, in terms of transport from the hospital, I'm very familiar with this from my role in Georgia. It's the physician certifies they need to go by ground or ambulance. Why do they need an ambulance as opposed to why can't they ride in a wheelchair, their family take them, and why do they need to be transferred? Right, so this patient, had a heart attack, needs to go get a cath, and so something like that. That's what we certify. It's a legal document. The hospital's in charge of who gets that done. And I regularly work with CNOs in Georgia on behalf of this. It's usually the decider at the hospital who has pre-existing contracts with various agencies to facilitate these transfers. In terms of Columbia EMS, the other statute that deals with EMS licensing and county approval is Chapter 401, Section 25. I can't influence mutual aid agreements between other counties. I can't say, hey, let's go over there and let's send some ambulance over to Columbia. They need help. And that's not my role in 64J. And also, the Florida statute clearly states mutual aid agreement means a written agreement between two or more entities whereby the signing parties agree to lend aid to one another under conditions specified in the agreement and as sanctioned by the governing body of each affected county, meaning the board. That's up to you, not me. And additionally, Commissioner Bennett already mentioned about the affiliations of the current medical director. In terms of my ambulance company, it's not licensed in Florida. As another part of Chapter 401, if I ever were to become licensed in Florida, you need a certificate of public convenience and necessity in every county that you operate in. And it's in Chapter 401, the board issues that. Secondarily, it would be against federal anti-kickback laws for me to transport with an entity that I have ownership and financial benefit in, or a financial incentive. This goes back to Medicare. There's slightly different penalties for kickbacks, but you still lose your Medicare credentialing. And when you do go through this Medicare credentialing, they're very specific on every entity, what owners, who owns it, what entities own it, what persons, and they do have all of that information. And Medicare is not insurance per se. For those unfamiliar, it's a set of federal laws governing healthcare reimbursement on behalf of the government. Aside from this, so there's two reasons kickback laws in the board why I can never operate here and why it would be unethical and against federal laws for me to transport with an entity that I own patients that I've cared for. In terms of Life Flight Jacksonville, being an air medical director certainly can have potential conflicts of interest. Again, back to the kickbacks, any financial incentive tied to call volume or ownership, those are kickbacks. I am contracted as an independent contractor specifically for medical oversight and quality assurance. And additionally, in my contract, there is a very specific clause about no referral contingencies, meaning none of my compensation or anything with this company is tied to any sort of referral or call volume with helicopter. Additionally, air helicopters have their own risks and benefits associated. And my protocols, my personal beliefs, and our emergency department protocols all reflect the joint statement between the American Board of Emergency Medicine and the National Association of EMS Physicians, which have 3 criteria for air transport: continuation of advanced or specialty care that's unavailable, or time-dependent things that would be, strokes and STEMIs, that come in our door instead of by EMS, where they aren't, governed by those initial transport guidelines. And then extraction from remote areas. Obviously, we don't face that as much here. It's also standard practice. Again, the former medical director before me is the medical director for JFRD. So this isn't something that would be unique here. In conclusion, I have deep expertise in, number one, the emergency medical needs of this county, but also EMS operations and medical oversight. As medical director, I understand that I'd be directly accountable to the 5 of you and the patients of Baker County. I'd like to just conclude by mentioning that there's fantastic EMS providers here. Being involved in a lot of areas and knowing a lot, there's a lot of apathy. You guys are really lucky. There's phenomenal medics who are young and energetic and care a lot about the community and are tied to the community, and that's not nearly as common as you might think. Additionally, you guys have gotten tons of great equipment. They have brand new ventilators, they have ultrasounds, they have cutting edge medical equipment that they're dying to use. And I'm for you today because I hope for the opportunity to work alongside them and help Baker County be a regional leader in pre-hospital care. And I'm certainly open to any questions.
Any questions or comments?
Dr. Barker, I appreciate you being here as well and following up with that. Like I indicated before, and I'll commend the chief and his team. They've got a lot of equipment over the years. But I think we can have better care and use of that equipment and training the staff, because I believe the staff truly wants to do a really good job. And I would think that they would welcome having more oversight and guidance so they can grow themselves. It helps them grow professionally as well. And I think having a local EMS medical director is the way to go. And so for me, that's why I would like, it is my recommendation that we move forward with preparation of a contract so that we'd have it back here at this board at next meeting for this board to consider moving forward with and executing at next meeting. And why am I pushing for next meeting, to be clear on it? We need a contract in place because it takes about 30 days to go through the appropriate process to get everything licensed and things changed over for handling and managing narcotics and all of those things being done. The current contract ends on October 1. September 30th it ends. We need to make sure that the transition has taken place as appropriately as necessary, such that on October 1 we can have continuation of services without any delays, and we start a brand new fiscal year with a brand new medical contractor. with that. I want to talk about dollar signs because that's going to be a question that's going to come up as well. The current contract that we have with Dr. Spindale, if you look at it, first of all, it hadn't been updated in some time. It's concerning that we approve things that hasn't been updated, but yet we keep approving them. It shows a salary of about $14,000, but and it specifically states in there he's responsible for all his insurance and things like that. That's really not how it is. It's $14,000 plus we pay for his retirement is part of that. Plus we pay him for his insurances and things for that, for family insurance. So when it all gets done, we're paying right now right about $30,000 a year for the current medical director who visits us once every year and a half. I'm proposing a $36,000 straight contract price for Dr. Barker. For him to do that, it does not include, we do not pick up any insurances, we do not pick up retirement, we're not benefiting anything else. It's a contractual price in the amount of $36,000. I think the additional $6,000 is well warranted to have the level of improved opportunity for care, for training, everything around for the citizens. And so it's my recommendation to move forward with preparation of that, but I would welcome the other board's thoughts.
Questions, comments from the board?
I have,
Go ahead.
okay, I have a few. One, I'd like to hear from staff on this, since it just kind of come up, what the thinking was, county manager and our MS, on their take on this. And then the other thing, did we look at other doctors in the county?
I'm gonna take a 5-minute recess. I hate to cut you off.
Okay.
But I need to take a break.
Yes.
And, but I knew this hot in here.
See if that's in the budget.
Everyone was free. You're live.
Don't hurry up.
Two of
She's
them.
gotta go see her daughter. She's asking for it.
You're live, Mr. Chairman.
All right, we're back in session with our board meeting, and sorry, Commissioner Hartley, to interrupt your train of thought, but you're a school teacher, so you shouldn't have a problem with that.
Well, that was my question. Staff and.
Can you repeat it, please?
Yes, I wanted to hear from staff on their.
Well, two questions. What were staff's thoughts, and did we talk with other doctors in the
Yeah,
county?
did we?
There was two of them. I couldn't remember both.
Correct. My concern was not anything against Dr. Barker. Since he's been here, we've had a great working relationship. We actually meet with the hospital every quarter, go over any kind of issues. We had good dialogue. We talked after the meeting the other day, no issues, and we're in a good place. And I don't think there's any kind of hesitancy for him being our medical director. My only concern was I got called about 2 months ago by Dr. Spindell, and he asked if we were good. I didn't realize there was anything going on, like any word from anyone to move forward from our medical director. And I said, yeah, we're good, doc. I don't have any issues. Was I at a place for that? Possibly. That's your decision as the board of who is our medical director, not me. But my concern was that Dr. Spindell wanted to work 2 more years, and that was it. But I don't have any concerns with what's been presented tonight and how it's been presented. As a paramedic or an EMT, we have to have a medical director. We cannot work without them. We want to have a good relationship, and I think our like he said, our young people, they want to be engaged, they want to be moving forward, and I welcome that. So I did not reach out to any medical directors myself. One was presented to me, but I told them I wasn't in the looking myself. I knew that there was some talk after that was brought to me that maybe a change was in place or coming, and so, but I said, I'm not looking to change, but that was my, just my feeling based on me talking to Dr. Spindell and his wishes. That was my only thing. We've had a good relationship with Dr. Spindell since before I was even here. He was here since 2010, and I know he's getting ready to retire in a couple of years, and he was just trying to shore up and figure out who was going to keep him and who wasn't. So I know Union County got a new EMS director, and they were going in a different direction. He was just calling all his counties, see where he's at, and that was it. And I didn't know there, was any plan to move forward, but I welcome the change if that's the direction that the board wants to go, and I'm sure our people will be accepting. So.
Thank you.
And the other part of this question, staff?
Yes. County manager.
I would echo what Trevor said. I said we haven't had any issues or concerns really with Dr. Spindell. He's been with us for a long time. I agree. We'd had the conversation, and Dr. Spindell was looking to retire, and this renewal this year would have been the last renewal. And so Trevor and I had already started having some conversations about what that process would look like to find a new medical director. But beyond that, so we're here to serve at the pleasure of the board. I agree with Trevor. I think Dr. Barker's fantastic. The conversations that I've had with him in the past over issues or concerns, I think he's well qualified. I have no concerns over anything like that. As far as reaching out to other doctors, we have not. I think Commissioner Bennett's kind of spearheaded this process. I don't know if he's reached out to anyone else. I would have to refer to him, but I personally have not. But again, I don't have any concerns over the contract or Dr. Barker being in that position.
I can help answer that since Dr. Barker is the only board certified physician here at the hospital that I know of that has any local involvement local here. The others do come in and practice, but they're not from here as well. And so to me, what I went back and I continue to look at was focused on, and to be very clear, I've over the last number of months, I've probably had about a half a dozen times I've met with Dr. Barker to go through asking questions, understanding. I wanted to figure out what I had to be comfortable that what his intentions are was good. It was a good fit. It's the right fit, and what his motives are, right? And I come to the conclusion I truly do believe that it's his interest to really improve health care for those that he served. And I think he can do that, and he's local, and he wants it, and that's another side of that. Mr. Chairman, you mentioned several times here tonight, you're old, right? Well, you know, I mean that old, right? But as we do get a little bit closer to that retirement age and things, we may not be as full of energy and vigor that we once did, right? Dr. Barker is young. He takes on a lot, and I appreciate that. But I do think his role is to do a good job here for us. And I think he can offer that same assistance to a lot of our staff that wants to do well. So when you ask, did I look at other doctors? I'm asking around about different doctors, but I haven't found one that I would want to bring forth to this board for the change that I think we need to see.
There's other doctors that live in the county, like Dr. Nab,
And Dr. Nab's not board certified in emergency medicine.
You have to be
and ER. And so I come back to, again, just as you understand, I come back to the credentials of what we have available to us. A board certified physician specializing in emergency medicine that absolutely clearly understands medical transport. He co-owns one. I can't find another person that has nearly the qualifications that we have available to us right now with this contract.
Anybody else?
Yeah, go ahead, Commissioner.
I'm kind of uniquely positioned to speak to this since I've been transported by our local EMS from the Frazier Hospital to a hospital in Jacksonville. And I've been transported by a non-local EMS service. I've laid on a table in Ed Frazier Hospital in cardiac arrest. So I know what it's like to be in that situation as a patient. I've met with Dr. Barker. I appreciate his training, his professionalism, his energy. And I think he's a great guy with a promising future, and I think he's a great asset to Baker County. I think the staff we have, excuse me, at Ed Frazier is probably the best we've ever had. Over the last couple of years, you've seen some changes there that have really made a big impact, and you see them upgrading the hospital now. So I think we have a fantastic relationship between the hospital and the county. I think Dr. Barker wrote the protocol between the fire and rescue and the hospital, and that protocol has been very helpful. I think it still needs to be tweaked some in some areas for special circumstances, but I don't want to see us doing home transports for people that I don't have a ride home, call the rescue and have them haul me home. Those are not billable occurrences. They're not emergencies. So that's off the county's budget anytime we do that. I don't want to see, we're a very small EMS service. We have 3 rescue units. I don't want to see that diminished by a significant increase in transport. So I do have questions about some of that, but I think Dr. Barker's professionalism, his attitude, and his ability to service the people of Baker County and the passion for that is a positive thing. So I look forward to moving forward.
Yeah, I would like to say I've had a lot of calls in support of Dr. Barker, and I'll be honest with you, I've had a couple calls against it. And the ones that were against it or just had questions about it, I believe those answers were answered with his presentation tonight, just due to the conflict of interest and his role. So I appreciate you speaking on those tonight. I think it cleared the air a little bit on some of those questions. One of the things I was looking at was, if we do go in this direction, were there anybody else that we looked at? But I agree. I would rather have somebody here that knows the county, knows the EMS, and has worked hand in hand with them to see the issues and everything here in the county. I love the support from Chief. You know, that speaks volumes. Definitely solidifies it, in my opinion. That and from staff. You know, I mean, that's super important to me on making sure everybody works together. The only thing I would suggest is, you know, if we made the motion for the 36,000, just to have a little bit of backup, is that comparable, you know, around, just to verify a number before we kind of went with it, just to confirm that. I think that would be a reasonable ask, just to make sure, hey, we're not overspending or underspending, just compare it.
A couple things. First, on the contract, on the amount, you said we was paying around average 30,000.
With the benefit package.
With the
yes, sir.
benefit
It's just shy of
package.
30,000.
How long of the contract are we looking at? And how many years at a time? 1 at a time, 2 at a time, 3 at a time?
Standard 2.
Okay.
I'm good 2, 3 with the current
Currently
contract.
I know I'm asking is we're looking at a 2-year now, 1 year and biannual, or what are we looking for?
I'd be looking for at least a 2 minimum of 2-year contract.
2 year. And then the truth of the matter is, I thought that we should be talking to other doctors but I was educated tonight of the qualifications. It's not just an MD. You have to be certified. I didn't know that. So got educated tonight, and I'm glad you came. And
Just so you're clear, do you have to be certified to be?
I thought you said you did.
The 64J, you only have to be an MD or DO.
Right, okay,
You only have to be at-
yeah, the Florida Administrative Code doesn't say you have to be, it's a benefit. I'm
benefit,
not-
right?
Mm.
You're better qualified. Yes, sir.
The way, I know he spoke about Dr. Spindell's contract starting out at $11,000 or something, but one thing that was built into his contract was that anytime the employees got a percentage raise, he got a percentage raise. This year, he was due to get the same 3% raise as everyone else, Dr. Spindell, which would have probably put him around somewhere around 25,000 as his raise, as his rate right now. Plus,
24,645 and then with benefits.
so he's 24,645 plus then he gets FRS benefits. Dr. Spindell does. It's regular rate, so it's not the higher rate like paramedics. But he also, the county's been paying his insurance, and he has family coverage. So he's at 36,000, pretty close, I would say. So I don't think we're asking for any more money by approving a contract with Dr. Barker.
Well, thanks
yes,
for the clarification.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Oh, so that helps on the support.
Yes, sir.
So.
The other thing is, I came into this meeting with a hard no. But the reason we have these board meetings is so we can learn from each other, and we can listen to our fellow commissioners and listen to the constituents in our county. And some of the questions that have been brought up by the commissioners was a concern of mine. One was the contract. The other one was, did we talk to other doctors? And the other was staff. What's the concern with staff? Because they're going to be working with the medical director direct. And I've been sitting on this board. This really helped me make my decision. I've been sitting on this board for 13 years. 13 years. And I've never seen the medical director. Tonight, that spoke volumes to me. We have a medical director in here that is interested in helping Baker County and being part of Baker County, and is part of Baker County, and showed up to this meeting. He was concerned enough about the people of Baker County and the citizens of Baker County to sit here through a long time just to speak and to share his thoughts. The only thing I'm going to ask from him, for me, because it helps me when I'm when we'll make our decision next week, is a resume. We don't never hire anybody here from a word of a commissioner. We listen because we respect each other as commissioners. But your resume that you spoke of tonight, I don't know anybody. I know a lot of doctors in Baker County, but I don't know any of them that carries that resume. So I'm going to request, before we have a formal vote next board meeting, that a resume is submitted to the county manager for the board to review, and based on that resume and your testimony that you had tonight and the testimony of the peers will help a lot in the decision of what we make next week. So if you will do that for me, I would appreciate that. That way, if there's any questions from constituents, that you can look at the man's resume and see. Tonight we've seen your heart, but a lot of times people want to see what's on paper, and they're not going to watch the video. We've been here since 9 o'clock this morning, so they're not going to watch from 9 o'clock till now to see you. But with your resume, it'll be entered into the record, and then if they want to find out about you, they can look at your resume on the record. And with that, I think we can move forward with, from what I hear from the board, tonight we can go ahead and move forward with getting the contract and all that ready. He's agreed to submit a resume to you can share with the board, and it'll be official record. And then if the board decides in our next meeting, we can move forward. Yeah.
I'd like to give Aaron and Cheryl an opportunity to speak. If you have something to say.
I would like to say,
It's recorded, so we have to.
Thank you for allowing me to speak. I'm Erin Baxley. I'm the Chief Nursing Officer at Baker County Medical Services. And I worked with Dr. Barker for the past few years. I've been an ER nurse for almost 20 years. And in my 20 years of being a nurse, I've never seen a physician give his personal cell phone number to every patient that he discharges on his discharge paperwork, because he's that committed to making sure that the folks at Baker County are taken care of. I think that speaks volumes for his true intention of how much he truly cares. We would support Dr. Barker in just about anything that he decided to do. And as somebody who's grown up here and plan on living here for the rest of my life, I think for him being responsible for the time the ambulance is called until I'm transported to Jacksonville would be the best thing for everyone in this community. So, thank you.
So I'm Cheryl Kennedy. I am the ED nurse manager at Frazier's. Lived here my whole life. Worked as a nurse in this county my whole life, either for the school district or for Ed Frazier. We've had a lot of good growth in the last few years. A lot of that can be credited to Dr. Barker and his group for the care that they've taken of the patients in Baker County. How he's promoted a good working relationship between hospital staff, EMS. I'm in a unique position because I have a child who works for EMS, so I see both sides of that. He encouraged me to get certified in emergency nursing, which has allowed me to encourage some of the other nurses at the hospital to pursue that. I think we just have a great working relationship. He's been a great asset to the county, and probably one of the best ER physicians I've worked with in a very long time. So, we support him. We think it would be great. Several of their staff members work PRN for me, so they already work with Dr. Barker on a daily basis, besides seeing him on EMS and coming in. So they're very familiar with him and how he manages things, and I've not heard any complaints or issues when they're staff of mine in regards to his direction in the emergency room. So I think it would be a good benefit for the county. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. I think you have direction. I don't know that we need a...
Wait, I need more direction.
Yes.
So something Commissioner Bennett and I talked about is, what it helps as far as drafting these contracts is it helps to have expectations. So there was discussion about having somebody that was physically present more often. It just would help to know, what are your expectations? And those are things that are generally memorialized in a contract. as far as do you want a certain presence so many times a week, a month, quarter? Are there certain type of protocols that you want to make sure are handled by the medical director? So just those types of things really should just be outlined as part of an agreement.
Is there any, I'm sure there's a bunch of agreements in other counties that we can base. I know, I agree with Commissioner Bennett, ours was probably done before our time.
No question about it. I don't think I've ever looked at that agreement, but I mean, Commissioner Bennett repeatedly said, I want a better level of care, and I understand that. But that better level of care means something different to different people. It just it helps to have a common understanding.
One of the things that we had a lot of discussions with the audits was that the auditors reported to the county on paper, but they never reported to us. One of the things I'm going to ask is at least every 3 months to 6 months, and this board can decide, that we have an update on the status of where we're at, what are any concerns, and how we intend to try to move forward. To me, that's a reasonable request to ask of that. As far as the level of patient care, I can't dictate I can't dictate how you contract says you're going to have better patient care. I don't know how you put that in the form of a contract. But my expectation is, as well as we have somebody here that has direct access, if they come in and report to this board on a quarterly basis, we will know then what are their recommendations. I'd have that paired with not just Dr. Barker, but our head of our unit come as well at one time to give an update to us. Then we can determine whether or not we believe we are making progress in the right direction or not. That's far better than what we've ever gotten so far. So to me, I would want a quarterly report, see where we're at, and I think when we are then the judge of whether we believe we're getting an improved care or not.
I hear what you're saying, but that's not fair to the doctor, because when you enter into an agreement with him, he's got to know what you expect out of him.
And do we have it in the current one?
No, that's part of the problem, I would imagine, is that's part of the problem is you have different expectations, and I'm not saying those are wrong. I'm just saying you have different expectations than the contract shows.
My expectations is have somebody here that sees the staff and sees what's happening, give us a monthly or a quarterly reporting on that. I'd suggest we pull contracts from other local medical directors and see what language we have there.
We can do that.
That's
I
as
just
simple
want
as
to
that
make
one.
sure what your intentions get covered as well.
Is there
Could you send it to us, Sarah, when you get them? Would you get them and let us look too? Because I wouldn't have no clue what.
I also
would be on
heard that
there.
you had mentioned there was talk about a certain amount of hours spent in training of staff or the EMS. Did I hear that or I did not hear that?
The 64J mandates only 10 hours of direct field observation.
Is that a year? Or?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I don't
That's
think.
not per medic, that's everyone.
Right.
It's a very minimum.
So I think that anything that is in the is required should be in our contract, so that we're not holding him to exceed. Now I think that the quarterly meeting Commissioner Bennett is talking about is great, because it keeps us all in the loop of what's going on. Believe it or not, we're all real busy. Even I know he's real busy, but it kind of gives us an update on what's going on. So a quarterly update, and then I think whatever is required by the state should be required by the county.
Yeah, well, that I think he's got to do no matter what we have in our contract.
So we can addend the contract to add those items.
I would, as a consideration, recommend that you include references to the state requirements, that he must follow all of those. That way, if there is a change in state requirement, he has to do it for our behalf as well. So we don't repeat what they are, just make sure.
I'll
it's
include that. I
referenced.
think that's already part of it.
Okay.
Would Dr. Barker be involved in any hands-on training for our people, or is that outside his?
I think he would just be monitoring.
hands-on training for the paramedics and the.
For EMS staff.
Oh, yes, sir, that's a common expectation, absolutely. And I think the fact that I take care of a quarter of the patients that come in the emergency department, you can only practice so much on a mannequin, and not that you're practicing on people, but going
Right.
through guided observation and oversight when they're bringing in those patients is an immense benefit. That you can't even, with medical simulation and things, you can't even exceed that. But additionally, hands-on training in various high acuity, low opportunity situations, traumas and things like that is what I consider an expectation of the role.
Okay.
Any other questions or comments? Anything else? Okay, I'm moving to our next item for business, which is pending business report.
We've got item 13.
13. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. I seen BCFR. It has been just a little long.
It has been. I want to talk about something.
So let's go ahead.
Commissioner Mann, you.
This is an action item?
I would like some direction from the board.
Okay.
Okay.
Is it a voting item or just direction?
Let's see how it goes. If I need to put a motion on the floor, I'll do so.
Let's do that then. Let's roll on then.
One of the things that we've talked about, and I think Dr. Barker mentioned earlier, was our requirements for transport. And I'm going to start off with this by making sure it's very clear up front. Never am I ever indicating, suggesting, or wanting of transport to be done and leave this county unattended without an EMS plane, without a truck here. So just be clear up front when I start talking about having what I'm going to call interfacility transfers, that in no case am I advocating that that be done when we have one ambulance sitting in the bays. We should always make sure we have coverage here before we do anything else. Right now, the direction is we do stroke, trauma, STEMIs, and when it's medically necessary and urgent, then we'll do a transport's what I call it. If you call the 911 to come pick me up and take me to the emergency, get me to care, I don't call that transport. That's a 911 call. Transport is when they need to be transported from the hospital somewhere else. That's what I'm referring to as transport, to be clear. May not be the right medically correct term, but that's what I'm referring to it as. Over the years, we've continued to decrease and decrease and decrease transports to a point to where we're essentially not doing transports. We're doing maybe 4, maybe 5 a month. It's continued to be expressed that we have too many calls and we can't do it. We're too busy, we don't have the staff, we don't have the resources, we can't do it. But I'm very much concerned that we can do it and provide services to our citizens that need service and deserve service. And again, I'm going to advocate for the fact that I'm not talking about ever leaving the county without coverage. I'm not going to get into details unless you want me to. And I'm glad to get into really deep into details on a couple of issues, but I'll keep it generic unless you want to get into them. But when we get a phone call for a county resident here that must be transported by an EMS equipment here in the county, and we've got 3 ambulances sitting in the bays with staff, it is my belief that we need to take them. Not point blank say, I'm not doing that, because it's not a stroke, trauma, STEMI, or medically necessary. Medically, and it's an emergency, I got to have surgery. Instead, we have residents have extended wait times in the ER when they could have been taken home. There's another side of that. My primary focus is on the care for the patient as a citizen of this county. But there's another side of that. We just heard we need 3 more people. We need another $500,000 large numbers for more staff. And yet, many of these short transports come with guaranteed revenue. Guaranteed in the sense that they're Medicaid, you're going to get your money. In the sense that if they're going to Northeast Florida State Hospital, they're guaranteed you're going to get paid for it. If they're going to a nursing home, they got guaranteed revenues. And we don't do them. But more importantly, is to me I didn't start down this path about trying to generate revenue. But I do have a lot of consternation with the fact that when we have ambulances sitting in bays and we have staff there that's being paid and we have a medically necessary transport and we simply aren't doing them because it's not a stroke trauma STEMI. It is some of them, very, very few would be take me home. I am not advocating that we be an Uber service for somebody that wants to get home for convenience. Never am I advocating that we take somebody and deliver them from one point to point A to point B because it's convenient. And nor am I advocating to do it without pay. I'm not advocating that in any way, shape, fashion, or form. But every time we have this conversation, it is presented to this board as if we just absolutely can't do it, we're too slammed. But every single time I've checked into this, when it's become an issue and it's been brought to my attention, and I start digging into it, I check, and we have people and ambulances available, and we could be done, and we are certainly not leaving ourselves exposed or the community underserved. And it seems that we are in a complete mindset with our current status is we can never do this, and we don't do it. We just absolutely don't do it unless you got an emergency physician saying they shall get to this point now. It's an emergency. It's being done completely disregarding the resources we have available to do it. And I think that's wrong. I think we're failing our citizens when we do that. We hear how many increases in calls that we've got. Well, I did go back for the last 5 years and pull the number of increases in homes, dwelling units in Baker County. And over the last 5 years, we've had about a 10% increase. It's not like we just flooded with so many drastic number of homes moving in here that we're so flooded we can't do anything. So I do question how we're handling some of our calls. But more important than that, I'm tired of every time we have residents of this county sitting in that hospital that needs medical transport, and we have multiple units sitting in the bays, and we simply said, I'm not doing it. Not only are we not providing the services to the community, we're missing out on a potential revenue that we desperately need. And it's the mindset that we don't have to do it, and I'm not doing it. This is what the requirements are, and that's all I'm going to do. I see our requirements that's been put forth that Dr. Spindell helped articulate, and I think Dr. Barker was there as well, that helped formulate those. And I see those as that is the minimum requirements. That's what thou shalt do. But never is it say that's all we should do. It's all the law requires, but is that all we do? Look how much we spend on parks and recreations and mowing them and keeping them up. There's no requirement that says we're going to keep these fields mowed like this, we're going to do this. We do it because it's the right thing to do for the community, and it's the right thing to do for the citizens. It's not a requirement that we keep everything mowed nice and neat and pretty, but we do it and we pay for it. It seems as though we are in a position to where we're going to do what the bare minimum is, and I'm not going to do more than that, and it doesn't matter that the citizens pay it. When you've got a resident that's had to be brought in to the ER, and they got to be taken back to the nursing home, that is their home. But they can't just hop in a car and take off and go. And we got the medical ability to take them back, or take them back to Northeast Florida State Hospital. We're not talking about hours to do one of these. We're talking about probably half an hour. And we got people that we are paying on staff, being paid on work, and we got 2 and 3 ambulances in the bays at all times. It is my belief we need to provide the service. I pushed tonight for a change from medical director because I think the citizens deserve improved service, improved care, and this falls on the same line. I fundamentally disagree with our approach that I cannot do them, and I'm not okay. But every time we have this, we get statistics showed out on the total number of calls that we got this year, with complete disregard to how much staff I have available when the call comes in. It's not even part of the checklist. Do we have ambulances available? Are they all booked or not? It's not even checked. Point blank, we're not doing it. And I have a heartburn with that approach. And there's some other things that I do expect some change on. So you asked me, do we need board action? We'll see in just a second. I've had too many, there's been the current protocol is that if the hospital needs transport, stroke, trauma, STEMI, medical, if it needs to get in touch with our rescue units, they call dispatch, and then dispatch pages to get somebody, to reach somebody, the lieutenant, whoever's on call. But when the call comes back, it just comes straight, they just call directly back to the hospital. That needs to change tonight. They need, whenever a call comes in, when they return the call, it should be called back to dispatch, for dispatch to page them over to the hospital. And I'm going to tell you why I believe that's the way to do it. It's been another issue, occurred again, that I get one version from the staff, from our staff, I get a different version from the hospital staff. And so now it puts us into a finger pointing contest of who's telling it right, who's wrong. It's a verbal contest of saying who. No way to know it. We don't need to be in that. First and foremost, we should be working towards this common goal of serving the same thing. My reason why it goes through dispatch there and coming back is, one, gives us the data and information we need. We know when the dispatch called them. We know what time it went out. We know when a call come back in. We know how long it took to call. It's just information. But it's also recorded. when it goes through dispatch, there's a recording of the calls. We don't have to wonder who said what. Well, they didn't tell me this, or I didn't know that, or they didn't do this, or that's not what they said, or that's what they said. I did say that. It ends that issue of communication, timeliness of responses, as well as communication. That one, I would like the board to opine on. Are we good with having that direction changed now? It shouldn't, from our standpoint. The hospital's already doing that approach. So they can date stamp and time stamp when the call goes out. But I'd like some direction back from the board. Is that the way we want to handle the return calls or not?
Any comments from the board? Questions?
I believe Dr. Barker wrote the protocol that we're observing today, and if he has a problem with that, I think he should have already addressed that and not wait on the board to bring it up. That being said, I don't have any problem with the calls going through dispatch and back and forth so everything's documented. But if we want to change from an EMS service to a transport service, we can have a lot less equipment on a EMS vehicle or a transport vehicle than we do on regular EMS. So we can just staff a regular transport vehicle. I'm sure the hospital gets a lot of indigent care funds. I know they do. They could share those indigent care funds with us, and they could help pay for that cost that we would have on those transports where we don't get any money. And that home transport and stuff is not emergency, and we will not get reimbursed for it. Yes, there are some nursing homes and other facilities that do. There are special situations where that person is medical, they have special equipment, they have to be transported by a medical unit. But there are a lot of instances where that's not the case. And if we're going to turn into, well, we've got to have so much transport, then we're taken away from the EMS services that we offer to people of Baker County. I lay in the emergency room for over 3 hours after I had cardiac arrest, waiting on an emergency unit to come. The weather was too bad, they was going to fly me in. So I was extreme care. I was in danger. I had great care at this hospital by this staff. And yes, there's a lot of things can go bad. They can go just as bad at St. Vincent's Hospital on Riverside. So waiting at the hospital is an inconvenience. We have an ambulance service agreement at the hospital. And if they decide, well, we're not transporting, well, call the county, make them do it. I have a problem with that. The county has to service the people of Baker County. I agree wholeheartedly. And I think we're in a position to service them better than we have in the past. I think our transports, we only have 3 units full-time. You can take one away, we have 2. One goes out on a call, you have 1 to cover the county. I'm not sure that that's where we want to be in servicing the people of the county for their EMS needs. I don't have any problem with transport as long as it's not taken away from the EMS services that we offer to people of the county. That's all I got.
And if I may, I absolutely agree with you. I started off saying we should never leave this county without coverage. Not disagreeing with you whatsoever. But I'll also come back to the fact that we were in transport business. We had 2 units. We bought a 3rd one simply for transport.
Yes.
And we have gradually continued to do away with that transport service. So it's not that this board never made a decision, I'm not doing transports. So I'm not advocating that we take a unit away from EMS to do transports. What I'm advocating is when we have the resources available sitting here at the county and we're not jeopardizing this county, then transport. That's what I'm suggesting. We have 3 units, and there are some nights that our teams are run ragged with all 3 units. I'm not advocating when something like that's happening that we pull them off and start doing transports out of convenience. I'm not suggesting that we transport people out of convenience. What I am suggesting is that when a call comes in that's needed, that says somebody, instead of just say, we don't do that, check our resources. If we got 3 ambulances there, we're not getting any calls. And in 3 hours, there was 1 call in 3 hours when one of them happened. We've had, that ambulance was out of the bay for about 20 minutes or so. 3 hours straight, there's nothing happening. And a resident of this county who does have Medicaid needed to be taken home. Why wouldn't we do that? Didn't take away from anything. It didn't jeopardize this county. It doesn't take anything away. It provides a service to the citizens of this county. And it's the same thing with the nursing home. I am not advocating in any way that we don't cover the county, that we don't provide EMS service. But I think we have went from one extreme to the other, where we went from having a dedicated EMS truck, a dedicated transport truck, that we started flexing over to help for EMS, and we've just completely lost perspective that transport is also a service to this county. And that's where I'm having a hard time with us never even checking our resources doing it. If the board doesn't want to get involved with it, that's fine. But I'm going to make certain when I start getting these calls, they can deflect them to anybody else, because I've been very respectful and approachful tonight. There's been other times I've been really out of shape up here before. I've had almost 3 weeks to calm down tonight. Sarah can tell you, when I talked to her 2.5 weeks ago, I was not calm. Because I have a hard time when I have the county residents sitting in that hospital that must be transported by the medical transport, had no other way, and is paid, and we don't even react, and 3 ambulances with staff there. That's a hard one for me to swallow. I would like to see a change. I would like to see us, at least whenever we have an issue and there is a request medically necessary, I'm not asking for convenience, but when they need to go home and we have patients, we have resources there, one of the things needs to be confirmed that we don't have the resources. But if we've got them, we need to be doing them. I'd welcome other thoughts, because I'll stop.
I got 2 things. Has that happened when Century didn't transport for us and we called the county?
Century is on, and I'll let the hospital speak to that if Aaron wants, but I'll let Aaron answer that question.
So most of you know we have a transport truck from noon until midnight every day. The vast majority of problems that we have with transport will be in the middle of the night when we can't use Life Flight to fly due to fog. It's Florida. And we're at the mercy of Century. We're at the mercy of AmeriPro, MedTrust to transport patients at night. And when we don't have a truck, we're at the mercy of Century. When they send a patient out that's sick, they have to go to another hospital, they have traffic, they have to wait on a bed sometimes at the other facility, they have to drive back, they have to get fuel. So there are several times that you do have to wait. And I think waiting, like Mr. Mann said, it can be expected in ER, you are getting care, but I don't think the citizens of Baker County understand that. I think they think that they pay tax dollars to be transported, and that's the major pushback that we get, is I pay taxes, why won't Baker County EMS come get me? And it almost pits us against Baker County EMS, and that's not a position that we want to be in when we try to explain to them, you're not having a STEMI, you're not having a stroke, yes, you need a bed in Jacksonville, but until we get an ambulance, and multiple factors depend on that. I mean, EMS has a hard time staffing at Century, MedTrust. I mean, every day we can't get a truck for someone, it seems like. So do we have to call Baker County? I think we called 7 times in the past quarter for Baker County to transport for us, and they were all appropriate transfers, semi-stroke. So we're not asking for, well, the hospital's really not asking for anything. I think that the commissioners are, we get the same comments from people in the county. Well, I'm going to call the commissioners. Okay, I mean, we were given a protocol. I mean, and Mr. Mann, to kind of correct you a little bit, when we wrote the protocol, we did not write the protocol. Dr. Barker and I participated with Baker County EMS on what Baker County EMS was willing to transport, and we agreed because there was we weren't doing really any transport at all. So we came to an agreement based on the county just dictates what they're willing to transport, we don't. So Tiffany Barnado, my CEO, we worked with Century to get a contract. We got a COPCN agreement with MedTrust. We now have a rate agreement with the AmeriPro. So the hospital has done everything that we can to try and appropriately transport patients as quickly as possible. But there are times where LifeFlight is not available. There are times when we cannot get a truck, and residents do get very upset when they have to sit there and wait in the ER. We transport 120 patients a month, at least, typically. We average 35 to 40 patients a day in our ERs. So, I mean, and that's the summer right now. We typically have a higher census in the cold weather months when you have flus and colds and everything else. So, I mean, the volume is definitely there. And we're not asking for Baker County to be a transport truck, but there are plenty of times we need 3 or 4 people to go out at one time. And the way that it's currently written now, it's not appropriate to call. Now, do I have a great relationship with Donald Blanton and the lieutenants that we can call, and I feel like they would transport if they could help us? Yeah, but right now, the way that it's written, we're instructing our nurses not to call in some cases when it doesn't meet the criteria, because we meet quarterly to go over when we can call. So from a hospital perspective, we definitely need some, we go within the protocol that was established by Baker County, what they're willing to transport. I would like to see, as a taxpayer, it expanded for those that can get a ride back to the state hospital, back to the nursing homes, or back to or to Jacksonville, because there's a lot of sick people that need to go that if we can't get a truck, we're not calling. And I mean, the county could get revenue and the patient could get out. And I mean, as a taxpayer, that's what I would expect if I needed a bed in Jacksonville, that I could get there. And if Century can't, AmeriPro can't, MedTrust can't, and I don't require LifeFlight, I feel like I should be able to be sent there. And I think that's what these citizens get so upset about.
Sure. But Century hasn't denied one, and then we called Baker, right?
Fine, deny.
I thought it was stated that, Century had denied one, and then they had to
If they
call
don't have
us.
a truck, they don't have a truck.
Right. But they haven't had a truck there, and then, well, no, we're not going to take them to Collier
No.
County. Okay.
No. Are there
But
other
Century
questions?
has said we don't have the equipment to transport that person, call the county.
Century does have ventilators. If there's been a ventilator malfunction or something of that nature, there have been some malfunctions in that case, but in our contract, there's not anything that Century cannot take. Now, we typically call the county. I'll be honest, I'm more comfortable with the county taking someone who's having a STEMI or a stroke. I think our medics are top notch, a lot of them, but they don't routinely deny. I'm not aware. Cheryl, are you aware of any?
No.
Where Century has denied to take a patient, call the county? I'm not aware of that. Like I said, there could have been an equipment malfunction or something of that nature, but that would be the only reason I can think of.
Gotcha.
Well, this is what I'm going to recommend, and I'm just one commissioner. I recommend we relook at the protocol. From what I can gather, there's a lot of flaws to the protocol. I know that the county is somewhat tells, but I've been here a long time, and when some of this stuff was done, we had a hospital staff that was not easy to work with.
That's correct.
We had a lot of problems. And me personally, I was told that the county don't know what we're talking about from some of the high staff at the Baker County Medical Center. I ain't saying that was none of y'all, because it wasn't. So when you deal with people like that, sometimes you have to do what we have to do. And we done exactly what the law requires us to do. Now I see a different side of it. We have maybe, I can't speak before they get voted in, another director, maybe. We have some nurses, and I ain't knocking everybody at the hospital that's been there, because I've been treated there, and my family, the staff is great. So I'm talking about directors. People was not very easy to deal with, or talk with, or even communicate with, because I know personally we tried to deal with them, and they were just flat out, there was no dealing. But that's gone, that's old, that past. I think we need to relook at the what we have as protocol between the county and with the hospital. I am not going to advocate that we get back into transport business. That is a money-losing business for us. We have never made it make money. It was supposed to make us money, pay for this and that, never did. So I'm not advocating for that. But I am advocating for taking care of the people here in Baker County when we have to. And there's going to be times when we need to be stepping up and doing it. I also agree with Commissioner Bennett when he said that maybe we need some recordings to see what he said, she said. I don't like the he said, she said thing. It's answered through recordings, and anybody who's in business knows that you don't want he said, she said. You want, if we can get it recorded, let's get it. When you call them, they respond, they call there. I have no problem with that. And anybody that is on the receiving end of that shouldn't care anyway, because that covers them. So when y'all say they didn't call, we call 911 and say, oh yeah, they called. So it helps both ways. It ain't just one side, it's both ways. So both people are covered. And then we know exactly what you're talking about. I don't think that any uncovered trips should be carried by our staff. If someone can't get home and they need an ambulance to get home, they need to call somebody else, because we don't provide that type of service. They need to call a friend, church member. But if it's a medically necessary transport that's going to be funded from the hospital, home, hospital, wherever inside the county, we should, if we have a unit available, we should be making that transport. Not only for the benefit of the people here in the county not having to wait, but for the income that we could have to help us make our EMS department even better and stronger than it is today. So it's a twofold win for us. And plus we have staff that's picking in and handling patients, so they're getting training the whole time they're doing that. So I'm going to recommend that we go back and look at the protocol when if our new medical director is placed, that he works with our staff and the hospital, and we get together and we set up a medical protocol that suits Baker County, because all of them not same in every county. We're all different. But I think we have staff now that can work together and not against each other, and that's what we want to do, because we're all working for one common goal: a healthy Baker County. You wouldn't be in the profession right now if you didn't love it.
Correct.
And they wouldn't be in the profession to do what they do if they didn't love it. And it's rewarding. And I think that this board wants to do what we can to help, but we can't do it to the aspect where it costs the county money. We have to look out for the finances of the county. That's our job. And before we was losing a ton of money. Now we're still losing money, but we're recouping some of it. But I think that anytime there's a medical necessary transport inside of Baker County, we should be first call. And
We're
then
happy to do that if the protocol changes.
right, but then it should be up to whoever's in charge, the lieutenant, the chief, or whoever, to make that determination by checking to see what available unit. If we have 2 units out, we only have 1, we can't do it. And this is the reason why. We're down to 1 unit, we have stroke, big heart attack, we got to go get them. If we have 2 units sitting there and we got an inter-county transport, we can make money we need to be sending one of those units to pick up that and take them, because we're in the county. Now, that's different if they're going to Jacksonville. If you have one that needs to go to Jacksonville, you can't get nobody else. We have 2 units or 3 units that's sitting and not being used. We should be able to take one of those units and go to Jacksonville. So there's a protocol you can write to solve all of our problems. It's just writing it and working it and making it work right for everybody, for the county benefits, the hospital benefits, but most importantly, the people of the community is the ones that need the benefit. And I think if the community sees that, then they can understand, hey, the county can't come. We're down to 2 ambulances, there's only 1. So we're having to get somebody else to come in. And it's more, it explains more to the citizens on why we can't come get you, instead of we're just not going to come get you. So I think that's doable. I think that I'm a business owner, so I know how to run things. I believe that could work, but I think it's going to take a group effort to write that protocol, revisit the protocol, rewrite it, and see how we need to do to make this a better situation. And in the meantime, I agree with Commissioner Bennett. I've heard a lot. I get the same calls Commissioner Bennett gets. He said, she said. Most of the time, I just kind of don't pay a whole lot of attention to them. But when you get one you get a recording and he says, hey, he called me at 9 o'clock. Now, he didn't call me back to 10:30. I beg your pardon. 911 center said he called back at 9:15. So I called you right quick, so you lose all your credibility with me at that point. So
having that process to go through
process.
dispatch back and forth, I
smooth.
think it solves a lot of issues with response times. We can defend what we've done, when we've done it. It solves the question of what was said, who said it, what was said. You don't get into that issue. So that's the easy one. And I like your idea about if it's inter-facility, we got 2 or more, then do inter-county, but not do external county unless we've got 3 sitting there. Things like that, I can live with, I can work with that. But I think, because I'm never advocating for this county not to be covered for medical, for 911. That is our first and foremost priority. I'm just simply indicating that when we have the resource available, let's try to utilize those resources, because I think it helps with the community without putting us in jeopardy. So I think we've given some kind of good direction to help kind of work through some protocols that we can work through to try to get to where that. And I appreciate the conversation.
We definitely need to work on the protocol sooner rather than later.
Yeah, and I know why the protocol was written the way it was, and I'm a pretty straight up kind of guy. I'm not very politically correct. It was bad.
The relationships was really challenging.
But we're not in that situation anymore, so we need to improve with the relationship. And then I think that's something that staff can work with the director or maybe director. I'm not going to say he's in yet. He could be. If he is, if not, we need to work with the director.
Or with
who
the
is.
other one.
I'll just put it to you like that.
I'd like to say that this is not, we fixed the protocol, it's over with.
No.
I'd invite Aaron and Doctor to come back and say, well, this is what we've done, this is where we're going, this is what we need to do. Because I don't think you can write a protocol in one move and say, okay, we fixed it.
I mean, just please understand that the protocol is what Baker County is willing to do. It's not what we're willing. I mean, it's
So
not
you wouldn't want to participate in the
We would
protocol?
absolutely want to participate, to have dialogue, to have a good
Okay.
relationship, but we can't dictate to the county what they'll transport.
No, but you can tell us your needs.
I mean, and when we absolutely
And
would, I mean.
I'm not asking you to tell us what to do. I'm just telling you.
Help us understand
Help us
the needs as we
understand
do that.
your
Absolutely.
needs.
Yes.
And then it's up to us to write the protocol.
Right, okay.
But without your input, we can write whatever we want.
And it has to be an agreed upon.
And then we'll be
protocol.
right back here where we're at right now. So if you're not involved in the process, we're not fixing the problem.
Yeah, we're absolutely willing to be part of the process. I just want to make sure that everyone understands that we can't do anything without Baker County being willing to do it. I mean, it would have to be something that we agree to. If they don't agree, they have the ultimate say-so, was just my point, that it's ultimately their decision what they're willing to do.
I think.
I think staff got direction from the board today. I hope they did.
Yes. I will say this, I appreciate the conversation and the dialogue, and what I can tell you, and it's been acknowledged here a couple times already, I do believe the relationship that we have between the county and the hospital is greatly improved from where it once was. I still think that there's still opportunities for continued improvement, and I think you've got both sides willing participants trying to do that. And I think it's I think this gives us an opportunity that once a quarter, when Dr. Barker comes, would welcome you to come as well, the hospital to come, her staff come as well, and let's see how things are going, and being able to just give us an update where it's at, and if we need to make some further tweaks and refinements, we'll do so, because I think the protocol directive should be a living document.
Yeah.
We need to be able to adjust it whenever we see it needs to be adjusted, not a static document that we never come back to revisit. So
I agree.
we appreciate the conversation.
Thank you.
Thank
Mayor.
you. Do we need an action item on the reporting back to, or is staff?
I think just direction's been provided already, Commissioner. I don't think we need a formal motion or anything on my end.
I think that's a good idea because it covers both sides.
Right.
Okay, anything else, Commissioner Bennett, on that?
No, sir. Thank you very much for the conversation. Appreciate it.
Okay, we're gonna move on to prior business.
Is he leaving?
Just a second. Are you leaving? Before you get out of here, you ain't we was told today that our fire chief is going to retire in May of next year. But I didn't want him to do that without me personally thanking him. And he handed us a printout today, which I thought was very good, and I'm glad that you did it. As a chief serving Baker County in the past 6 years, this man, Chief Trevor Nelson, has saved the county $5,803,034.39 in taxpayer money by working his behind off getting grants, so we wouldn't have to pull it out of our general revenue. He also has took a fire department from a small volunteer and made something to be proud of for Baker County, not only on the fire side but our EMS side. It is sad and makes me sad when I found out that this day was coming. I knew one day it was coming. But I don't want your success and the things that you've done for this county, not because you had to. It's because you wanted to, and because you love the county, to go unnoticed. I didn't want to say it in the budget workshops because I wanted to say it in a public meeting, in public, because people are not going to sit there and watch and we still ain't finished with the workshops, so I don't know when we're going home. I want to say it in a public forum. The county fire department would not be where it is today if it wasn't for you and your hard work and your dedication. Are you perfect? No. Nobody's perfect. Have you made some mistakes that you probably wish you could change? Yes, so have I. But far as a commissioner and a friend and a citizen of Baker County, I want to thank you for your service. Thank you for your love and your dedication to the people you serve. And most of all, I want to thank you for being a good godly man. And you have shown that.
Thank you.
In everything that you've done. And before I finish, I'm going to say go home and pray again. Because I don't think you're finished working here in Baker County. I think you got a lot more to do. Everybody's not going to do what you've done for Baker County because they don't have the same love, the same heart, the same desire that you have to do this, or the knowledge. You eat, you sleep, and you think fire. But most of all, you think more about Baker County than I think you do yourself for your personal sacrifice and your family sacrifice for Baker County. So as me, as a chairman of this board, and I can't speak for the other board members, and I hardly ever do this, I'm asking you to reconsider in a public forum to go home, talk to your family, pray about it, talk to the people you work with. Your value to Baker County far exceeds anything that any of these boards could ever say to, or any of our citizens could say. I've heard bad and I've heard good, but the good way outweighs the bad. And I ask anybody that thinks the bad that maybe you need to go home and check your own closet and see what's bad in your closet and fix those problems before you start talking about somebody else's. So I'm asking you, as a friend, chairman of the board, and a taxpayer, if you can find it in your heart and the Lord can find it, to reconsider. But first of all, check with your family and your Lord, and then just think about it. Because if you turn your resignation in, it can be handed back to you. So that's me speaking as the county for me. I can't speak for any of the other board members up here, but I can tell you none of us on this board is perfect. And we've all made our mistakes, and we've all done things we wish we had done different. But I can tell you for a fact, as a board member and a volunteer firefighter, I ain't gonna tell you when I was, because I ain't gonna tell you my age. Baker County and Baker County Fire EMS is in a better place today than we would ever be if you wasn't the fire chief of Baker County. And I say that from the bottom of my heart.
Thank you.
We appreciate your service.
Yes, sir. Thank
You ain't done. You got a ways to go, even if you stick with your retirement date.
Yes, sir.
So don't give up on us.
Yes, sir.
I'd like to make just a statement real quick. Chief, tonight, whenever Dr. Barker came up, he made the comment of how the paramedics were energetic and cared deeply for the county. Ms. Baxley spoke, and she said that they were top-notch. During the budget workshop today, you spoke about the new medical equipment and how it saved the life of the young Jacobs guy. That I think that's a direct reflection of the leadership in that department, and we appreciate it. I mean, looking at it, everybody has spoke so highly of the department, and we look at the chief and the assistant chief Blanton here, and we appreciate everything that y'all have done, and everybody that works with you speaks so highly. I think it's a very good accomplishment to have your peers do that.
Thank you.
We appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
I would like to echo a little bit of that. I agree with all the comments. I've been here a long time too. And I have seen the department change completely. It has been a vision of yours and before, and Commissioners Croft and different ones. And I really appreciate how it has changed. It's kind of amazing that I've seen that change from when I first got elected until now, how different it is. And I do appreciate all you've done. And the things that you go after and you're passionate about, sometimes it's a little much when you get up here because you're just so excited. But, you know, it's a good thing that you want to improve the department and do your best. And whatever you decide and the Lord directs you to do, I am happy for you whichever way you go. And I do know that He will direct our path.
Yes.
And whatever the Lord wants and you pray about it, will give you peace.
Yes, sir.
And we just, as a commissioner, I do appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Trevor, we had a good conversation last night. I appreciate that.
Yes, sir.
I appreciate tremendously the very honest and candid conversation we had. While we don't always agree on some things from a performance and works, the way we approach things, what I have never questioned or never challenged or never insinuated, whatever, is your commitment, your dedication, and your loyalty. You're a good man. I don't question that ever whatsoever. We may not always agree on performance, but on how we accomplish certain things. But I certainly have a tremendous amount of respect for you as another person, another citizen of this county, and so forth. And whatever you choose to do, I wish you the absolute best. We got 9 more months, so I'm not going to get to. We got 9 more months about that. So, but I do want you to be very successful, whatever that decision is.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you, Trevor.
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you for catching that, because I wanted to talk to him for a little bit. Pending business report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the sake of time, I'm only going to cover 2 topics tonight that have been updated. Number 1, we need to remove the RFP auditing services. I apologize. That was supposed to have been removed, so that will be taken off. Taylor Park equipment installation. We do have the ground cover has been shipped, and we expect it to arrive on site on Thursday. And then the equipment should arrive on site to the park next week. And then installation will begin after that. And then in addition to that update, we did have some direction earlier in the night to add the permitting software for the Community Development Department to this pending business report. We will gladly do so it's on your next commission agenda. With that, there's really no changes on the other items unless someone has any questions on it. It's getting late in the evening. I know we're wanting to move on into some other items.
Any questions or comments from Ms. Sarah? If so, hold them to the next board meeting.
If so, call me tomorrow.
Expense reports over 5,000.
I have no comments, Mr. Chairman.
Anything from Ms. Sarah? American Rescue Plan, any updates?
No, sir.
Audit update. Mr. Mobley.
Yes, we had a Teams call yesterday, and then we had an audit email Friday afternoon. I'm going to read real quick. This is from the auditors with James Moore, Allison. Good afternoon. Please see the below for an update on the audit after this week. The Board of County Commissioners, the audit completion is around 50 to 60%. Current request list fulfillment is around 70%. Clerk audit completion around 70 to 80%. Current request list fulfillment around 90%. The sheriff, the audit completion is around 70 to 80%. The current list fulfillment is around 85 to 90%. Property appraiser, 95% audit completion, 100% request list fulfillment. Tax collector, 95% audit completion, virtually 100% list fulfillment. I'm not sure what virtually, I need to follow up on that and see what virtually means. Supervisor of election, 95% audit completion, 100% request list fulfillment. Right now we are shooting for an end of August possibly moving into the first part of September for a full completion.
Let's just send
There-
a letter to Jay like that says we will do it someday.
Right now we're working through. They've sent a bunch back. Cheryl's been working very hard on getting information back to the board. I've also spoken with Jeffrey and Brad with the sheriff's office. They have submitted everything. I don't want to say everything to this point. Both are really close on getting all the material back to James Moore. Now James Moore is starting the single audit process, and that should take about 3 weeks. So there's a couple items that they're trying to work through right now, and then they have a approximate 3 week to work through the single audit and the audit completion, which is giving it to the senior auditor and letting them complete the audit. So that's where it's at. Again, we're shooting for an end of August. Fingers crossed end of August, but more realistic, maybe first part of September at this point. So that's the latest and greatest on Friday.
And we're keeping JLAC informed on our progress.
Have we sent JLAC what was the last time we sent JLAC a email? It was probably about a month ago, right? Or was it been sooner?
No, it's been more recent since that, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. We've had a substantial improvement since then on the progress, so I think they need to know what's going on this week, but no, it's been more recent.
Yeah, I would go ahead and send them an update on where
Yes,
we're
sir.
at, where the same percentages we're getting.
Yes, sir.
Get that to them, and then if we can, just make sure that the commissioners get a copy of that same letter.
Yes,
So we
certainly.
I would recommend let's wait till after Friday
Okay.
and get the email
Yeah.
Friday
Get a
with,
new
with,
update.
with that update.
That'd be a good idea.
And then we'll send that. with
Sounds
it.
good.
Okay. So we meet, it'll be late Friday when we get that update, so I'm just gonna do a calendar invite to do the letter on the following Monday.
That's
That's okay with you all.
That'd be fine.
That'll work.
So it's usually pretty late in the day when we actually
Yeah, they'll
get
send
that.
it
Sometimes it's,
end of the
sometimes
day.
it's
Yeah,
at
Monday's
5 or
fine.
after
No,
5.
Monday's fine. I just want to make sure that we get it sent out as quick as possible.
Yes, sir. I can certainly do so. Go ahead and do my calendar invite now.
Okay, your county manager, do you have anything, sir?
No, sir, I do not. Ready to talk some more budgets.
You're by yourself. County attorney.
Willingness is
Nothing
another
tonight,
thing.
sir.
Commissioner comments, Commissioner Hartley,
No, sir.
Commissioner Mann.
I appreciate everybody being here all day and half tonight. The financial people have been wonderful,
Yeah.
great help, and I appreciate everybody hanging out here with us for 12 long hours.
Next time we need to schedule supper along with dinner, lunch.
Well, that's what I was just joking about. Blanton just walked out of here with
I
one of our
seen him
sandwiches.
sneaking our
There's only a
sandwich
few
out
of
there.
them left in there. I'm hungry.
Commissioner Bennett.
I just have 2 quick items. One, Sarah, if you don't mind, it's not our responsibility, it's not a state, but Ocean Pond,
Yes, sir.
the site over where the Ocean Pond Beach was, over by the boat ramp, it has been closed all summer. The restrooms at the boat ramp have been closed with a porta potty.
Mm-hmm.
Can we get an understanding as to why?
I can certainly reach out.
Please
Get an update.
find out. I mean, it'd be helpful.
Yes,
It's
sir.
more for information. The second one, I do want to bring up an item that, not sure how we want to address it, if at all. But we had, Mr. Porterfield is a strong advocate for the park we have down. The Veterans Park we have there on US 90, and we appreciate all of his efforts. He's always such an advocate for him, with heart, truly heart. But he did come before the board and advise that he wanted to put up a veterans monument there. It showed like he had a concept of 5 sides. Didn't want money from us and things, I don't believe, but I've had a couple folks bring up the fact that we have a veterans memorial monument already here in the county at Heritage Park that represents all veterans and things.
Yes, we do.
And some concerns were that we're not sure that everybody's interest from the veterans community is being really represented with that. And when it goes on the county property, it represents as if it is counties. And so I just want to share that I think it would be wise that we at least make sure we understand what Mr. Porterfield's wanting to do before we fully embrace it, because I'm not sure that all the veterans are fully embracing what's happening there. And I know his intentions are honorable. I'm not dare questioning that, but I just think it's going on the county property, is on our parks. We ought to try to do it. So I would ask at least, let's reach out to him and ask him to get better understanding of what it is they're doing and proposing, and to make sure it's truly representing all veterans.
It does. He sent us a relic, and was you hear that meeting?
I remember seeing something
And
with
it
it.
says for all veterans, all services. I understand what you're saying.
I had somebody else that had seen that raise a point.
Yeah.
That really isn't what's being shown. That's what was shown. Really, it doesn't represent all veterans with what was being proposed, and they were a little bit upset that was going to be done when it. That's the only reason I bring it up, because I do recall seeing something like 5-sided or something. Anyway, that's why, because it was brought up. I mean, I've had 2 different people bring it up to me, and I just wanted to at least let's inquire before anything else happens to do that. I'm not opposed to what he's wanting to accomplish. I just need to be careful and represent all of ours.
I've heard those same comments.
Okay. That was just me then. That's it for me.
Yeah. Commissioner Mosley?
I'm good tonight. I'm good.
Good.
Thank you.
I have a couple things. One thing I have is, which I mentioned it earlier in the workshop, but I have a meeting set up in the morning at 10 a.m. with staff. I think the health department, all the constitutionals, everyone. I have invited everyone that's got to do with the FEMA, and trying to make sure that we're going to be ready in case we're in storm season. So if it was to happen tomorrow, we probably wouldn't be ready. But try to get everybody on the same page, the importance of us not doing what we're supposed to do, to get pre-active instead of reactive. So we will be ready when a storm hits, and we'll not be caught with our britches down, and so to speak. So I got to the point where I heard the he said, she said. I figured if I get everybody in the same room, we can all say what we want to say, and then we can iron out what we need to iron out, and focus on what's really important, making sure that the county is prepared for the next big storm. And I think that's the buy-in that I'm trying to get out of it. And I think from what I can see, our staff's already working on some alternative ways to get somebody to come in and help us. I think we need to look at that on the 911 side of it too, because they need help for some of the grants. There's grants out there to help you with this, but I think when you get everybody in the same room, we can talk about what's best for Baker County, and not what's best for staff, but what's best for Baker County, and how we can all come to the same goal. That this is very important. One catastrophe here in Baker County could wipe out our reserves and maybe not be reimbursed if we don't do our part. So that's what my meeting's for.
We support it. We'll be there.
Okay. He said 100%, so we'll see. Next thing I had is one of our dear friends here at the board passed away. He was a great supporter of this board. He worked hard for the county. He worked very hard for BCCMC to get it where it is today. I think it would have been bankrupt if he didn't step up and do what he done. We need to do something special, something here, and bring his family in. I would think some type of a plaque, commemorate. I can't even say the word. I'm sorry. Commemorating Ed and everything he's done for Baker County, and not only his service here, but his service for the USA. I mean, he was a veteran also.
Yes.
So I want to do something special. I don't know. I let the staff do their part on how y'all want to handle that. And maybe after I don't think that's something we're in the budget workshop right now. I want this to be special and not tied into all that stuff.
Certainly.
So as soon as we get through that, we need to do something. And then I wouldn't mind his plaque being somewhere, maybe out the jail or somewhere. Come around, maybe talk to the sheriff and y'all come up with something on that. Because he loved Baker County more than about anybody I've ever known. And everything he done, he didn't charge one dime for nothing. And I know he had many hours in Tallahassee talking to, I mean, it's just amazing what this man done.
Yes, sir.
To try to save a failing jail system. And without him, I think it would be a different story. We'd have a different conversation here tonight. So I would really like to see something brought forth. And I don't want to take all the credit for it, because I'm not that type of guy. But my main man over here goes to FSU, had one good idea. He come in today, he thought the same thing, we need to do something. And he'd mentioned it to me, I thought about it, but that was icing on the cake when he said something about it. So that's how much he meant to Baker County. He's not even from Baker County, and he's an FSU fan, but he still thinks good about Ed, so he's all right in my book.
Commissioner, I appreciate you bringing that up. I wished I would have thought about it, but I didn't. I think your idea of something to recognize him to his family and things, I think would mean a lot to them. Ed come in and served with us when we truly needed somebody to step in a heavy role, and we paid him such a tremendous salary of $0, and he really did do a good job, because he truly had the best interest of Baker County. There was many mornings that I'd hit Interstate 10 and my phone would ring.
Same thing.
And I'd be on the phone with Ed all the way till I got to my office. I'd finally say, Ed, we got to pick up this call another morning.
Yeah.
I'm at the office. I got to go.
Yeah.
And my 45-minute ride would be on the call with Ed.
Right.
And he did that not because he had to, but because he really wanted to. So I appreciate the thought for recognizing him for whoever, Rich, whoever come up with it. I think is a great idea and a great thing, because he truly did do a lot for us.
Jail, but he also helped with like our mining regulations
Everything.
that took us a couple of years, land development issues, environmental issues.
You say it as a joke, all the money we paid him. I can tell you for a fact, Baker County couldn't afford the services we would have had to pay for what he's done for Baker County. We couldn't afford
The wealth
the
of
information and the advice
And stories.
and the stories and the lies.
I want to make sure.
But he was a special
Contribute, I
man,
would.
and Baker County lost a special man in Ed Morgan.
Commissioner Bennett actually just asked a good question, just so that everyone knows. We did send flowers to his funeral.
Yeah.
Just want to make sure you
Yeah, I
guys
seen
are aware
that.
of that.
And by the way, just so that as well, the family appreciates that. The Ed's daughter is married to what was one of my managers at Blunt Island. He's one of my facilities manager, running the Blunt Island Marine Terminal. We've since moved him over to our director of procurement at the port. So I deal with him a lot, and it meant a lot to that family. Them flowers, he specifically commented to me about how much he appreciated it, and make sure to share with the board that. So again, it meant a lot to the family that what we did and recognize it. So I think being able to recognize it and planning it ahead of time so we can let the family know to be here would be.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. That's all I have. So
Well, my eyes are flipping out. I'll be back.
we're going to take a 10-minute recess to gather our thoughts, and we're going to.
You want to do it tonight, or you want to finish it?
No, we're finishing tonight. Meeting adjourned.